MMR. We will go to Nancy and see if she knows the answer. Hi there, Nancy.
Good morning.
Nancy, who is Becky Thatcher's boyfriend, please?
It would be Tom Sawyer.
Tom Sawyer. You got it. Hang on, Nance. We will give you, as a prize, a 4-pack of admission tickets for Adventure Aquarium. You can experience the glow and glittering gourds, of all shapes and sizes and species. Only during fantastic fall days now through November 5th. Explore glowing sea creatures and discover underwater pumpkin carvers. Tickets information at adventureaquarium.com. All right, let's start with this. CNN reports that London's Metropolitan Police are investigating the sexual assault allegations made against Russell Brand in the UK. According to the authorities, they said in a statement, following an investigation by Channel 4's dispatches and the Sunday Times, Met has received a number of allegations of sexual offenses in London. And they said, we have also received a number of allegations of sexual offenses committed elsewhere in the country and will investigate these. The offenses are all non-recent. So they are officially opening up an investigation into that.
There's one specific one that would involve an allegation of rape, right? That's the.
I'm not sure.
So there's one that apparently evidence might exist that they might have actually frozen a garment to maintain a DNA that would be on it. That's the most volatile of the charges right now.
All right, we'll see how that plays out. Julia Fox spoke to the New York Times about her new book titled Down the Drain in an interview that was published on Tuesday, and referencing this section about her short-lived relationship with Kanye West, who she refers to as the artist in the book. The interviewer asked her why she didn't write about their sex life. She said because there, wasn't any.
There, wasn't any?
Uh-huh. The Uncut Gems actress said it wasn't really about that. Fox also implies that in her book that the brief relationship was seemingly being directed by the artist for the public eye.
So she comes off as,
they didn't have sex.
They didn't have sex. She kind of comes off as a moron in interviews. However, she's really good in Uncut Gems. Did you see her in that?
Did not see Uncut Gems.
In which movie, Steve?
Uncut Gems.
Uncut Gems.
Uncut Gems.
No, I didn't. You know what? I heard it was. In fact, Casey, you said how kind of disturbing. It kind of messes with your head a bit.
And it's like the entire scene from the bear, the Christmas dinner scene. Yeah. That's the whole movie.
Yeah.
Take One Crazy Summer and add diamonds.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't feel like I'd have to be in the proper mood to want to sit down and watch a film like that. So I haven't done it yet.
Uncut Gems.
After Emma Hemming Willis appeared on the Today Show on Monday in honor of World FTD Week, not the florist, but the frontal.
Though I do love a good flower.
Frontal temporal dementia. Bruce Willis's daughter, Scout and Tallulah, took to their Instagram stories to support their stepmom. They wrote, I'm not sure which one of them commented on this. I truly could not be more proud of Emma for being willing to step into the public eye, even though it's terrifying to share a family story in service of spreading awareness about FTD. Scout wrote that alongside a clip showing her and said, Emma, you are such champion for this cause, and you inspire me every single day with your bravery and deep, deep loving. So
it's wild to see, and it's a wonderful thing to see. Demi Moore and that those girls are with her and Bruce Willis.
Yeah,
and the way both families blended, and have supported each other.
You can only hope that marriages end, and you can carry on like that,
right? Especially when there's a crisis that they're dealing with.
Absolutely. Okay, I added this story simply because of the headline. Mm-hmm. The headline says, Kylie Jenner holds Timothée Chalamet's finger in Paris.
Oh, my God!
Wow.
Tonight we begin the BBC One report with a story about a finger being held. Kylie Jenner apparently grasping, some have said, clamped on to Timothée Chalamet's digit.
Kylie Jenner and Timothée Chalamet continue to take their romance public. That hurt.
Let go, you bitch!
Maybe he was about to fart.
Oh.
And he asked her
pull my finger.
To pull the finger.
I don't wanna. Pull my finger.
Page 6 reports that the pair were photographed outside of Rosalia's birthday party in Paris on Monday.
Who's Rosalia?
I don't know.
PDA is not uncommon with these two. They were at the was it the U.S. Open or where were they? Wimbledon.
Yeah.
And there was physical stuff.
What
going
was
on.
their finger holding?
No, any finger blasting.
The Kardashian star can be seen holding on to the actor's index finger as they exit a car.
The
in
bigger
photos.
engaging in the action was finger blasting, which I understand is an erotic act.
They're not yet Instagram official, though, right? They haven't posted on either of each other's Instagram accounts that they are together.
I don't think they're
it was
Insta
just
official.
the finger.
Yeah, just the finger stuff.
Yeah.
Just the finger.
Just the tip.
Jenner and Chalamet were first linked in April and made their. We need more finger drops. I can't think of any good finger lines from movies,
How
though.
about fingerling potatoes?
By Timothy
And that's him, it's
Chalamet.
Chalamet. Oh, my God, we have that.
We do.
So Jenner and Chalamet were first linked in April and made their public debut at a Beyonce concert
Oh, that's where they were getting.
earlier this month. But they were at a tennis match,
Yes,
Steve. I
they
do
were.
remember that.
Yeah,
if I recall correctly.
I very much like him. I think he's very talented.
I do too. Oh, we have him
Oh, wait.
saying fingerling potatoes. Hang on a second.
I got you.
All right, here we go.
What I thought was good that he did was for Apple TV. We're seeing everyone get these series.
That was a good commercial.
And it was him kind of making fun of his celebrity status. Like,
Yeah.
why am I not getting a call?
I like to in Don't Look Up. He's got so many great little moments in that movie. When you first see him, he walks up and Jennifer, what's her face, is working the counter.
Lawrence.
Jennifer Lawrence, and he walks up, he grabs these sunglasses, and he just goes, "I'm linked to buy these sunglasses." please." I'm like, I love it. He's trying things, which is cool. All right, so speaking of trying things, Bam Margera is trying out sobriety, and according to TMZ, he has been sober for a month and has been hitting the skate park again, too. Sources close to Bam tell TMZ he's been living on a farm owned by, it says, another professional skateboarder just outside of Philadelphia.
Well, he's been spotted all over Bucks County. So people are saying that that's where he's living now. And I actually
You were
said
mentioning
that to
yesterday
Steve
that it was similar to the more remote area he was in Westchester.
Yeah, there's parts of Bucks County where you can go and live on a farm.
Yeah.
So, he was spotted in Langhorne, somewhere in, I think, Fairless Hills, Levittown area, which is not farm area, but it's not far from there.
Yeah.
So, obviously we watched him. We care about Bam, and we've seen him go through these different things over and over, and it's like, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? And then reviewing Brandon Novak's story last night for him being on the show today, it was the 13th time in rehab that finally got traction. 13 times.
No, what, that got Novak?
That turned his life and in a unbelievable way, a complete 180.
So Brandon Novak's going to be in our studio around 9 o'clock this morning, so we'll ask him about that. So he's
I have
been
no
on,
feeling in my fingers or penis.
By the way, that's the other finger
Okay, thank you.
that we have.
he's been on the farm with his girlfriend, Danny, and they've been going to the gym every day and hiking with their dogs. And apparently Bam's lost a bunch of weight, which has given him the ability to start skating again. Sources say that he's been loving getting back into the sport, but more importantly, he has kept a really tight circle of positive friends and influences. Danny gave him an ultimatum, apparently they said, that's helped, which is you take me or take the bottle, and that's it.
Okay.
So he feels this is the first time that he's wanted to get sober for himself, according to sources, as opposed to being forced by family or friends to go through an intervention. He's also got the law on him.
That doesn't hurt.
So he's been in a legal battle with his estranged wife, Nikki, over the custody of their 5-year-old kid, Phoenix. She was granted temporary sole custody of the boy last month following an arrest and citation for separate instances of public intoxication. Bam's been able to FaceTime with Phoenix about 4 times a week. So, knock on wood, things seem to be going in the right direction. And we'll see. We haven't really, tried to reach out to him or anything yet, because he's got all that going on in his life. But if things keep looking better, maybe we'll reach out to him and see if he wants to come on and talk.
I keep saying to Casey, just kind of getting the temperature about April and everybody, and I know that you're a little bit more connected in that realm, and the notion is to just give them the breathing room to handle all this?
They need space. They don't need us all over them right now. It's just really
It's too serious.
Too serious, and it's, a private matter for the moment, even though it's very public.
A friend of mine did see Bam out actually at a bowling alley, and I said, how did he look? And she said, not drinking. He looked fine. They were, just kind of hanging out like normal people.
More importantly, what was his score?
I don't know. But she said, like, no one was really bothering him or anything. He was just kind of chilling.
All right.
Let me see. What else I have for you? This was sad to see, of course. The E! News reports that Nashawn Breedlove, so he was an actor and rapper. He played a character called Lotto in the movie 8 Mile. And he was one of the rappers that was battling against Eminem in the movie.
Right.
He passed away. He was 46 years old.
Oh, no.
Mickey Facts shared a clip from the movie to his Instagram page on Monday and wrote, R.I.P. to one of the few MCs to beat Eminem, Lotto from 8 Mile, whose friends lovingly called him Ox. He said, you will be missed for your tenacity and aggressiveness. Breedlove's cause of death has not yet been known. That's a great movie, man.
It is a really
8 Mile is a really well done movie.
Kim Basinger's in.
And so is Michael Shannon.
Yeah, Michael Shannon.
He plays kind of the jerk boyfriend to Kim Basinger in that. But there's some good people in that film. Let me see here. Phoebe Denver reflected on all the media attention she's received while dating Pete Davidson during her cover story for Elle, which was published yesterday. The Bridgerton actress said the whole thing was very surreal. She and the SNL alum dated for 6 months in 2021. She said, it just goes back to being naive. I didn't think anyone would care. I was just being a young woman and dating, and somehow that provokes conversation.
Footloose and fancy free.
There were lots of hard lessons I had to learn through basically just having a personal life. She said, you realize, I can't live my life in the way that I used to. I have to keep my cards slightly closer to my chest. And she said there was a time, for example, when I'd post anything on my Instagram, and now I'm very, very careful about what I put out into the world. Speaking of Pete Davidson, he appears to be off the market again. Per Us Weekly, he is now dating actress Madeline Klein. The pair reportedly spent the night at the Beverly Hills Hotel.
Ooh, maybe they had sex.
Stayed for breakfast together. I think they were just holding fingers.
Oh, just holding fingers?
Yeah.
Well, that's halfway to first base.
A source said that they were really low-key and kept things casual, wearing baseball hats.
Where is she from?
Don't know.
Okay.
It just says actress. Her name is Madeline Klein.
She's got a ton of Instagram followers. I pulled it up the other day, Preston. I'll find it for you.
See if you can see what she has.
She's
been in.
purty.
She's very purty. So how do we know it wasn't just a friendly overnight hangout? Well,
their fingers were all red.
We don't, but it's worth noting that in addition to the Us Weekly report, multiple sources confirmed to people that the couple had made their romantic relationship official.
I can't even point.
Okay.
Or what?
She was in Outer Banks.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. So I guess I got a thing going on.
Did you guys watch that?
No.
I did not. No, I know that Chuck watched it, right?
What, the show?
Yeah.
I started watching it, got a little into it, and then I was like, I'm watching a real life Scooby-Doo. I can't take it.
It's ridiculous. I watched the last episode of the second season, and I didn't. As I'm watching everything unfold, I'm like, I don't. What were there, like 15 episodes before that? I'm like, I don't need to watch those other 15 episodes.
That's a bad sign when you can jump in 14 or 15 episodes into a series.
I mean,
know exactly what's going on.
And it was like there was one episode they were in like a graveyard and like there was, and I was like, this is Scooby Doo. I mean, they just need the dog.
They literally had that sound.
Oh yeah, we do.
Oh my God.
Hang on.
I know the sound. I love it.
We both did it.
Oh my God. That's the best.
Case, did you watch it because your son watched it? Because Ben
It was
in-
on TV.
Yeah.
It was in the room that I was, and it had to have been. I think it was Seamus.
Ben
yeah.
was into it for a stretch, and I think he was into it because a bunch of his friends were into it.
Well, speaking of haunted stuff, Kevin Bacon appeared on Rob Lowe's Literally podcast.
Literally.
recently and shared a chilling story just in time for the season. He said that he was forced to destroy a house on his farm in Connecticut because the previous owner believed it was haunted. Then Kevin said, I can't sell it to you because it's haunted, and I'm afraid that you'll get possessed and, do some serious damage. So the pair went back and forth on this haunted house thing before agreeing that he would destroy the house within a month after purchasing the property. Like they had to make this agreement in order for him to purchase the property.
And did you read that Kira Sedgwick would not allow anything from the house?
So he said, please tell me you went and spent the night in the haunted house. And Lowe said that Bacon replied, not only did I not do that, but I went up there and there were some beautiful old pine boards and a banister. And I said to Kira, we got to take these out. And she said, no, you are not.
It's got that energy.
You're putting those effing things. You're not putting those effing things in our house.
That's pretty wild.
Kevin explained the story behind the supposed haunting. He said it was a long story that had to do with a Native American who in the 1700s had been murdered by a colonial soldier. The owner had Ghostbusters there. This whole long thing, he said.
Well, if you follow any of this stuff and the way that these stories shake out, you can level the house, but the bad juju will still be there.
So I saw this video on the Instagram the other day, and it's kind of freaky. It's scary, but this guy essentially there's a ghost in this guy's house, right? And I'm watching it. I'm like, okay, this is scaring me every little bit of it. And then I started reading the comment sections, and there were these comments that I had never seen before, Steve. You got a scowl on your face, but I'm reeling you in here.
That's scary. Okay.
The comments keep saying, I claim no energy from this video. And this one says, F it, I claim all the energy from this video. And then this one says, I claim no energy from this video. God protect me. So people are watching these scary videos.
Thinking that they could be possessed or receive bad vibes from a video.
Yes.
Well, okay.
Have you ever heard of anything like that before?
I've heard of people that artifacts or things associated or people who have left, if they encounter someone in that community, if they've gone and investigated a haunted house, they will invoke that. They'll say that to protect them from the bad energy. Mm-hmm. I think if you blow the house up, it probably works. So we'll see.
But simply from viewing a post on Instagram, claim no energy.
Yeah. Please do not.
I do that when I watch Pornhub.
Yeah, do not jump through the interwebs and possess me.
Well, listen.
Well, happened in the ring.
Yeah, it's happened in the ring. 7 days. Yeah, that was VHS, though.
All right, and then one more story. Neil deGrasse Tyson said that Armageddon no longer holds the title as the film that violates more laws of physics per minute than any other film made.
All right.
The astrophysicist said that Moonfall takes the cake instead. I was not familiar with this movie.
Moonfall is terrible. It posits that the moon is actually there's a creature that lives in the hollow moon.
That's funny.
Yeah. So Tyson said it was a pandemic film that came out. Halle Berry and the moon is approaching Earth, and they learned that it's hollow, and there's a moon being made out of rocks living inside of it. And the Apollo missions were really to visit, to feed the moon being. And he said, and I just couldn't. So I said, all right. I thought Armageddon had a secure hold on this crown, but apparently not. So that is the movie per minute that breaks all laws of physics more so than any other.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. All right, I think we better move on to the clips. Spy Kids Armageddon is about the children of the original Spy Kids when they unwittingly help a powerful game developer unleash a computer virus that gives him control of all technology. And here, director Robert Rodriguez talks about the possibilities of another sequel.
As the first Spy Kids series, we had a movie in the theater every year for 3 years straight for Spy Kids 1, 2, and 3. They were consecutive. We were just finishing one and starting the next. So that would be really great. But fortunately with these kids, we got them so young. They're younger than the original Spy Kids. They're only 8 years old. So we've got them for, several years.
I don't think I want to see it.
So they're going to keep on making these things forever as long as they've got people young enough to play the parts.
I did enjoy the first
it was
two.
fun.
Yeah, was Stone is he in the third?
I don't remember which one. I just remember him playing all those characters. His daughters were in it. Spy Kids Armageddon is now out on Netflix, and here's our next clip. The biography film Wildcat is about the American novelist Flannery O'Connor struggling to publish her first novel. And here, actor Maya Hawke discusses the plot of the movie. Here we go.
It's about the intersection of like the faith and imagination and exploring a young woman's trajectory into understanding and contextualizing her upbringing as a Catholic into her growing up as a writer, and how to kind of sow seeds of consistency and faith between those two things.
I don't think I want to see it.
I love her. I hope she has enough range to continue on beyond the success of Stranger Things, because her character Robin is so great.
Terrific.
She plays it wonderful. So Wildcat has finished filming and is set to be released soon.
Her father is the director, Ethan Hawke.
No kidding. He
Yeah.
directed it. All right. Good for her. All right. And that's the entertainment report this morning. We had some good stuff in there.
Yeah, it was very good.
Speaking of good stuff, we have a lot going on today. Crumb Bum Cash 2 times. We'll start that at 8 a.m. We're going live on Fox Good Day this morning. We're going to have Brandon Novak on the program. We have a secret text word, chance for you to win a 4-pack of tickets to the famous Monsters Fest, which the Osbournes will be there. That's Ozzy, Sharon, Jack, Kelly. They will all be there at Valley Forge. The date they are there. The whole thing's going on the 13th through the 15th, so you can check and find out what days are going to be there. But nonetheless, we're going to have tickets for that. So text the word secret to 39333. And when we return, about 25 minutes from now, an absolute comedy legend will be joining us. Mr. John Cleese is going to be on the program.
John Cleese.
Yes, and he is coming to town for an evening. It's called An Evening with the Late John Cleese at the Kimmel Cultural Campus on October 25th. And tickets are on sale now, so we'll talk to him when we come back. So stick around. Think you'll enjoy it. Let's see something else. This one was...
You noticed another thing.
I did notice another thing. I noticed things.
The noticer.
I'm the noticer.
Dun, dun, dun.
The Noticer. Preston Elliott stars as a man who notices things. Your gift is exceptional, sir. We can find a place for you in the government.
The noticer.
I notice the Nazis are getting a little antsy. The Noticer.
Antsy?
I think they're going to make a play for Poland. We knew that well in advance, thanks to the Noticer, a national hero.
A man that saw or heard things that made a minor impact in his life.
I noticed something. Listen when the Noticer speaks to you. If you ignore him to your own folly.
I am the noticer.
I notice around and around and around.
All right. Well, I did notice this.
You really don't do anything particular about it. You just notice it.
Yeah. It makes a minor
You
impact.
never really
for a
leave your
moment.
office. God, I used to love that Ripley's Believe It or Not.
Yeah.
Both versions. There was one with Jack Palance.
Yep.
And one with Dean Cain.
I remember
But
this.
Palance was always the best. Believe it or not. Or not. This chick has no legs and gets around on a skateboard. Believe it or not.
He always had a really weird way of delivering it.
Yeah.
Believe it.
Or not.
You know, breathe and...
This chick is just a neck with a nose and travels on the back of a border collie. Believe it or not. Remember his, I despise weak soup. Remember his Campbell's ads?
Yes, I hate it.
I love robust soup. Every fiber of my being. This woman is just one nose and a hair and lives in the bottom of an old container.
Does she have a border collie?
Her border collie can type. Believe it or not. And yet the most fascinating story. Shlomo Labinovitz, who is simply an earlobe and a toenail taped together. And yet he has built a completely functioning monorail. Believe it or not.
Are you sure it's a toenail? Could be a thumbnail.
It could be. I didn't look close enough.
YouTube frontman and human rights activist Bono was named to Glamour's annual Women of the Year list.
Wow.
Okay.
Joining a group that includes...
Oh, that's great news.
Yes,
I had no idea.
Yeah.
We should get together and do have a mani-pedi. Oh, look at this. It's Bono. It's Bono. I'm sorry.
Bono marks the first male honoree in the list's 27-year history. And they had written, Glamour said, when a major male rock star who could do anything at all with his life decides to focus on the rights of women and girls worldwide, well, that's worth celebrating.
Then how come John Madden never made the list?
And they said, we're proud to name that rock star Bono our first man of the year. The magazine cited Bono's Poverty is Sexist campaign, which is...
sexy?
Sexist.
Oh.
Which is specifically aimed at helping the world's poorest women. Poverty is
You
sexy.
know it's very sexy? The impoverished. The way they just hold on to you tightly, it's very sexual. And sometimes they'll lean in close to your mouth to smell the food that you had. And it's so hot. Poverty's sexy. And you can always convince them to go home with you. To steal a Gary Shandling joke. Actually, Gary Shandling used to do that about the bag ladies.
Oh, my God.
It's so easy to convince them to go home with you.
I love that they lean in just to smell the food on your breath.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That was a steak.
We don't even have any left. You ate it all?
But I have to bring home for the dog. You understand.
Oh, God. All right. It's a whole group of girls leaning into his mouth.
Ladies, there's enough breath to go around.
But he said, the sexist, the Poverty is Sexist campaign.
Poverty is sexy.
The Poverty is Sexy campaign is specifically aimed at helping the world's poorest women, those who survive on less than $2 a day.
Yeah, it's horrible.
The honorees will be celebrated November 14th at an event in Los Angeles hosted by actress Tracy Ellis Ross. So I don't know if Bono will be there. Maybe, I would hope he would show up for something like that.
I'm sorry I couldn't be there to your event tonight, but I'm too busy breathing on people and making their week. Providing a subtle yet wonderful reminder of what food tastes like. Why are we honoring him again?
Bono, humanitarian.
You owe it to yourself as a pure nightmare, as something so disturbing.
Yeah.
The last Bob Hope, his Christmas special.
Yeah, which were legendary.
Yeah. This one, the last one, it's like he should have been put to sleep years before.
You mean actually put down like a vet would put down a...
Yes, just the way you do to a sick dog. You know, you don't want to let them suffer any longer.
We're their advocate, and if we don't take care of them...
Yes.
Yeah.
He had a good run.
Exactly. Exactly.
Like Ray Walston with the dog in Mice and Men.
Yes. Yes.
I'll do it if you can't.
Yeah. and it's funny. That brings me. I went on with Robert Osborne, and he asked me to pick movies to show, and one of them was the original of Mice and Men.
Lon Chaney Jr.
Lon Chaney and Burgess Meredith.
Yeah. It's a masterpiece.
And that scene still works, the dog one.
If you are not a blobbering mess of slop when that's in both movies of the Gary Sinise as well, then you're an inhuman piece of filth.
Yes, and how it comes back later on the movie where Lenny kills the girl.
Yeah.
And George goes, oh, no. And it comes back because, like, earlier, after when they find out Lenny killed the girl, that the old man says to George, he goes, I shouldn't have let him kill my dog. I should have killed him.
Yes. Right. Oh, my God.
It's just so upsetting.
Yeah.
But you realize now George has to go after Lenny.
yeah, no. And so you would have done the same with Bob Hope down by the river?
So there's a scene.
Yeah.
You could find it on the internet.
Okay.
Where he's dressed up as Jack Frost with a big pointed hat and a little beard. And it's like, he has no idea his own name at this point. And when I watch this, I think, and his voice is like that, it's no longer the, hey, everybody.
I want to tell you.
Yeah. Now it's like, hey. And it's like, you watch it, and it looks like his wife's revenge. Like Dolores' revenge for all the screwing around that Bob Hope did on her.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. Oh, my God.
Yeah, we're watching it.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, look at him. The guy died 5 years before this was filmed.
I mean, I adore Bob Hope, but that's a mistake.
Oh, God.
Wow. Jesus.
How did we get on this topic?
Because because we needed him to. Gilbert makes the point that he should have been euthanized many years earlier.
Right.
Yes. And it's like Dolores is singing and dancing here. She's old, but she does what. And it switches back to him to go, that's me. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Cesar Romero, who played the Joker on Batman.
And did a brilliant job.
Yes. We should preface it with that. He did a brilliant job. And he was like, in his day, the Latin lover.
Absolutely.
And like
the mustache, the whole thing.
Oh, yeah. And he would be with all the beautiful actresses.
Yes.
But he in real life, he was gay.
Yeah.
And what he was into was he'd gather up a bunch of his boy toys. And he'd stand there.
How do you know this?
Trust me. He would pull down his pants and underwear, and depending on who you hear it from, you always hear slight variation. Some people said he stood ankle deep in warm water.
Ankle deep in warm water.
I guess it added to it. And while these boy toys would fling orange wedges at his ass.
Oh my God, what the?
And so
you've told that on this show, but I still love hearing it.
I love it.
I just the level. I mean, I think I told you the story that I heard, and this is one that I've heard from a few sources. But about Raymond Burr, have you heard that?
Well, I mean, I know a gay, but I didn't hear any.
His deal was he had a clear picnic table.
Oh, wait a second. Wait.
We have to watch how we say it.
Now, I heard it with Danny Thomas.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, okay, so I don't believe any of it.
And with Danny Thomas, if you ask the right people.
All right. Which means some of these stories might lack credibility, but they're still fun.
They'll say, oh, you mean make room for duty? Or the other one is make poo for daddy. And that I heard it with Danny Thomas that he would have a glass coffee table.
Yeah.
And hired hookers to take a dump on the table.
Okay.
And
he'd be underneath it.
And now a variation I heard is sometimes
somebody from the Fresh Beat Band.
See, well, now I heard the Fresh Beat Band is hired out to take a dump on people's tables.
They don't have a show anymore, so they gotta,
But
extra fresh.
I heard, judging by who you hear it from, that Danny Thomas would sometimes wear a priest outfit.
A priest outfit.
Dear God.
See, here's the deal with this stuff, and I think there's a lot of this that's been embellished. But
the next 10 minutes or so, we are scheduled to, and you know how these things sometimes play out.
And it's us.
We are scheduled to have a phone call from a comedy legend. Mr. John Cleese is going to be reaching out to us. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah. If you're talking a foundational talent in the way that I look at comedy, he's the Python crew, him in particular, introduced me to the Goons and Spike Milligan and the early works of Peter Sellers and all of those great British comedians and comedy groups. And the Monty Python. I mean, a fish called Wanda, for Christ's sake.
I know. My friend Jim and I, who we play golf regularly together, and nary does a round of golf go by that we have not quoted a fish called Wanda while we're playing golf. I mean, for whatever reason, it always pops up. And you know what, Steve? You mentioned Monty Python and him specifically.
Yeah.
He was always the face of that troupe to me, and I don't know why.
Ministry of Silly Walks.
Yeah.
A lot of the iconic bits involved him. He would be the face. He though, and he would say this and has said it in interviews. There were like Graham Chapman, who was his writing partner. And who passed away, obviously. They loved it more. Sometimes he took it too seriously about the comedy and so, but he looks back on it now, and he himself can laugh and see what a joy it was. I mean, and he does end up like in the parrot sketch and all that stuff. Yeah. He's in one of the. There are a tremendous amount of classic Python bits, but if you look at the ones that really get mentioned the most, he's dead center.
The Twin Peaks of Kilimanjaro.
Yeah.
This is the best.
There are a few kids in my grade school class, and I've known these kids since kindergarten, and they were all into Monty Python. And I didn't get it because these guys were all smart. You know what I mean? Like they were all like top 10 in the high school class, like really, really smart people. And that's why they were able to get it at such a young age. I wasn't able to get it until I think I was in college.
You know what? But as the thing was, it was stupid. They purposely meant it was a pushback against like the pomp and circumstance of the crown and the monarchy and the stuffy British sort of perception. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And so it was a punch back at that. That's why you've seen the fish slapping sketch, right? Mm-hmm. It's a classic. Yeah. It's incredibly stupid. Yeah. And yet it works.
Yeah, there were some things that were just absurd.
Yeah.
Just absolutely absurd. And the absurdity is what made it hilarious.
Yeah.
So we're excited to talk to him.
Very much so.
About 10 minutes or so, we'll get a call. So we'll see how that goes. But in the meantime, we have a little bit of time to kill while he is waiting to join us.
Oh, is this the time killer?
It's the time killer.
Okay, then I got no. Why not?
Because I don't need another character.
It's time for the time killer.
Oh,
okay.
Across the span of eternity, he arrives just in time to kill time. I present to you the Time Killer.
Thank you so much. And it's hard to follow up a voice like that, but I will do what I can. So let's talk about first dates for a moment.
Yes, I'm going on one later.
Well, congratulations. I wish. Do you remember how nervous you were before going on that first date with someone that you don't really even know yet?
I had so many, like, I think it was a movie date, and I had, just in case, I had the entire movie timetable section of the newspaper folded up in my pocket in case we had to, if I screwed up or there was something that
really?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then I took advice on eating and what you should eat and what makes you look stupid when you eat and stay away from messy foods. Like, I was terrified.
Wow. You know, I've only been on 2 first dates in my entire life.
You went right to the third date.
No. I my wife and I, but like even that, it was like a lunch date. It was kind of like an interview. And then a girl.
Where do you see yourself in 10 years?
Yeah, and then a girl.
Well, hopefully in your pants.
At some point, I think maybe in between junior, senior year of college, she and I went out on a date, and that was kind of it. Like, I've never.
Do you know what was the most effortless date in first date in my life? Was my wife.
Yeah.
That's one of the steps in knowing that she was the one.
So the other times that you were with girls, they were just hookups. They weren't dates.
Well,
prostitutes.
Because I know you've been with more than 2 women.
But like but not in the classic sense of like going out on a date. Like
I would like to take you out and that sort of thing. That dynamic didn't exist.
Yeah, so like the girl that I dated before my wife, I dated her for 3 years, and we met in college, and we had hooked up a bunch of times in college. But like the only time I like took her out on a date, was like her birthday, but we had already been like hooking up and dating and like for months before that. You know what I mean?
But there is it.
I think it's also when you date. Like college dating is a little bit different than when you're out of college and you're actually asking someone to go out. Like in college, you're meeting people at the bar.
Yeah, you go to a party and we meet up there.
It's
or
a
something
natural
like that.
progression.
As opposed to just you and I, let's go somewhere and let's get to know each other type of thing, right?
I started dating post-divorce, and Steve, talked a little earlier about like being nervous or whatever, but I think that's because of what happened earlier in life. Once I was comfortably single, I had no problem dating at all. And actually, it was a lot of fun. And even if the date didn't work out or there was little to no chemistry, it didn't matter to me because I was just going out with somebody new and getting to know them a little bit. And if I hit it off with that person and want to go for a second or third, cool. If not, we had a nice night. And then let's go on and do whatever we're going to do next.
Absolutely.
So here's a tip on first dates. And
does
maybe
it involve Benadryl?
No, it doesn't.
You got it all wrong, buddy.
Sorry, Bill. Hang back. This is according to a relationship expert, Paul Brunson's, two of them, Paul Brunson and Mel Schilling. So they recommend instead of the standard, movie or dinner thing.
Right, which is why I made two mistakes, obviously, then.
That you go for a walk as your first date.
Okay.
Yeah.
Walking with someone is a form of what they call parallel play. You can see how someone enjoys a walk without making physical contact.
Is the rule of thumb, though, to always stay in the line of sight of the prison guards?
Yes, probably a good idea. Dinner dates where two people look directly at one another could subconsciously signal a confrontation or fight just because of I
want to fight you.
The way you guys are, the way you are set up.
Yes. I want to fight you.
That you are facing each
I don't
other.
want to talk to you.
I see that as very legitimate. I think that is, first off, that's a great idea to go on a walk or just something that is an activity that doesn't involve you. Like, as Casey, you said, it almost felt like an interview.
Yeah.
Right. And so that dynamic exists that way. Yeah. So
you are a lush. I can tell by looking at
see,
you.
that date didn't work out. I can tell right looking at you. You're not going to give me that. I can tell right now.
Yeah.
Just me.
Hold my finger. Pull my finger.
So, no, I don't want to pull your finger.
You're a coward.
Oh.
Well, I'm afraid you're going to...
By myself, I'll take you physically.
I'm crap myself.
So here's the deal about taking a walk. You could offer up, hey, why don't we grab a cup of coffee and go for a walk?
Why don't we go to a remote part of the forest and go for a walk?
No, maybe not that. Maybe stroll Rittenhouse Square or something like that.
Let's go to a place where someone screaming couldn't be heard.
Couples don't have this particular the problem of being set up in what subconsciously might be a confrontational position. When you're taking a walk, you don't have that problem. You're walking side by side.
Yeah.
Some couples responded positively to the idea. One replied, "My husband and I used to go on walks together when we were 16. Now we've been together 21 years."
Yeah.
You could play it this way as the walk starts to go, and if it's going well, and you do want to look at each other, you can walk backwards.
In
You
front
can
of
do
them.
that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I remember going for a walk with a girl in the woods, and she was like, I am really scared right now. And I said, you're scared? I'm like, I got to walk out of here alone. Boom!
I knew by his body.
I know. Because it's like the
Because he started to do his shifting thing.
Yeah.
I did not. Let's check the tape.
Let's go to the footage.
You were shifting. There was a slight bit of shifting.
Oh, God.
I knew it because it was a Brazier joke I heard 3 days ago.
Oh, did you? Is that who told you?
Yeah, but it's also the way he tells it is way worse.
Oh, yeah. It takes about 10 minutes. Yeah.
So anyway, that might be something to consider if you're, thinking about asking somebody out.
What do you
think about the walk?
What do you think about the notion, Preston, of like a coffee, as opposed to like a midday thing?
I like that now as a more casual approach as to let's go out to dinner, meeting for a lunch date because you have a more of a finite time, a little bit, You got to get going. You got busy things. You're busy. You got things to do.
And this is it doesn't have to be a laborious thing. What about you surprise her at work with a full turkey dinner?
Oh, okay. With dressing, turkey stuffing, and everything.
Yeah,
that is a lot. I mean, That's going to be hours of preparation. You know, a bag of spaghetti works but easy.
In fact, you don't even have to be there. Just mail it to her.
You just mail her.
I got a bag of spaghetti in the mail. Was that you?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like you.
Do you like me?
Yep.
Your secret admirer.
Yeah. This bag of
Casey.
spaghetti
Your
it
secret
represents my love for you.
Your secret admirer, Casey.
Yeah.
Wait, that's not a secret anymore. Damn it.
Second
Damn it.
box.
Ruined it.
Second box includes sauce.
Love.
But I can see the movie thing is tough, and I've done that too as a first date. But you don't talk.
You don't communicate.
You don't
That's a
get
bad.
chance to
That's
see-
it's a bad move to do that because if you really want to find out about someone, of course, placing yourself in a life and death situation would help as well.
I told you the one time I took a gal on a first date, and first dates are good because you can find out immediately sometimes, whether it's a good idea or not. And this girl was just telling me how she kicked this other girl's ass. And was reveling in her ass kickery. And I'm like, okay, we're just waiting for the check to come at this point.
Here we go. There we go.
That's all good.
I can't even count the social diseases I've had.
Marissa says best first date is a Quizzo event.
Oh, yeah.
Quizzo's
That's
a
not
good
a
event.
bad
Yes.
idea.
I like that.
Unless you're a raging moron.
Well, then you're going to find out pretty quick.
Right.
You know.
How
But-
many states again?
But that's active because you're bouncing ideas off of each other when you're doing Quizzo, and you also might find out that they have similar interests
What about
as you.
activity dates, as Kathy was talking about?
Yeah.
All those things where you're doing something that doesn't place the onus on being a dynamic conversationalist.
Right. You have something to distract you.
You can just simply grunt.
Something you can participate in while you're doing that, like axe throwing.
Axe
or something
throwing,
like that.
yes.
I don't know.
I love axe throwing.
Do you?
Yes. Dude, I want to join a league so bad, but I got nobody.
should.
I'm not going to do it by myself, and nobody.
I got nowhere to go.
I got nowhere to go.
All right.
No, but nobody wants to do it with me. Nobody has either the time or wants to.
The problem with axe throwing is that you can't. You have to go to an axe throwing place. Yes. I mean.
Yeah. But there's.
I don't think Diane would like you throwing axes in the
I'm mildly
probably
intrigued by that, but I know that I wouldn't have the time. Is it like once a week?
Yeah,
or?
it's like a Tuesday or Wednesday night.
Do you know it's a better and more dangerous sport? Axe catching.
You know, I'd be pretty good at it.
Yeah, I know you would.
Yeah.
You want to,
so,
dude? Oh my God! And we could have like
You guys gonna start a league?
We could have like a high five with like axes thing that we.
No.
Ching, ching.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like Cobra.
Yes.
Clang.
Yeah. Yes.
Clank.
That's a once a year thing, man. Like the once a week is way too much axe throwing.
Once in a lifetime.
But
maybe.
if you're good at it, once a week is perfect.
That's perfect. All right.
That's
Well,
what
we'll wait and
the
see.
expert axe throwers say that.
All right. Well, Marissa is, I can see her. She's smiling. She's chatting with our guest on the line. She's getting ready. In fact, she can't stop talking to him. She's smiling so big that she's going to get him on hold, and we're going to welcome him. We're going to start our interview. Oh, by the way, this has been the Time Killer.
Oh, yeah.
New character that I was not even aware was created on the show this morning.
Out when we need to kill time.
All right. And it's appropriate that we're playing this music right here.
It's exactly
I
right.
didn't even mean for this to happen as our guest was coming on board because his show is called An Evening with the Late John Cleese. And he will be performing at the Kimmel Cultural Campus on Wednesday, October 25th. I can't tell you how excited we are to welcome right now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. John Cleese to the show. Good morning, John.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm in London, and it's quite nice weather. Extraordinary. We get 2 or 3 days like this every year.
What, 2 or 3, and that's it. And listen, first of all, I am so sorry about your passing. I'm very sorry to hear that, sir.
Yes, it was upsetting at the time, but you see, I was able to rise again on the 3rd day.
Oh, wow. That's very, very impressive.
Yep. Well, I had a lovely old aunt who was very keen on Christianity, and she taught me a few of the Christian tricks, and that's a really good one.
Of all of them, that's probably the most handy to have is the resurrection gig.
Terribly handy. And so I rose again, and I'm able to go on working, which is important because I still need the money. I mean, just because you die doesn't mean you stop needing money. You know?
I happened to see, doing some research for the interview today, John, I was watching a clip of you performing what you referred to as your alimony tour, a live stage performance. And it was one of the funniest things I've ever seen because you actually have a picture of your ex-wife, your newly ex-wife at that time, at an ATM machine, at a cash machine, pulling out a wad of cash. And your exchange on stage is hilarious.
It's a wonderful, wonderful picture. And obviously some pap was following her. And she goes to this ATM in the street, and she takes some money out. And with the watch of notes that she takes out is absolutely huge. I mean, it's the largest amount of money I've ever seen taken out. And, of course, it's all mine.
It was just so I have to ask just on that one thing, and not to go off on a tangent here, but was that ever responded to? Did she ever give you any guff for that? Not that it mattered?
No. She, I was a good friend of William Goldman.
Oh, yeah.
Great screenwriter, wrote Butch Cassidy and All the President's Men and Misery and Princess Bride, which was his favorite. And after about 20 years, Bill said to me, John, you're one of the funniest people in the world. What's it like being married to someone with no sense of humor? I said, well, you get used to
it. or you don't, and you move on, and you have happily. I wanted to ask you about the whole premise of the show. Both my wife and I were absolutely going when she heard you were coming to the area. She's a massive fan as well. But I will tell you this. So many comedians. Woody Allen was famous, for being fascinated with death. You have a sort of an interest. I wouldn't maybe not call it a fascination. And I was reading an interview with you, and you were talking about early on, and this blew my mind. You were recommended the poem "Gray's Elegy" to read to sort of frame,
Oh my God, yes.
And my father My father passed that on to me, and it's been a cornerstone of my life going forward. Explain what happened with that.
I'm really pleased to hear that. What a wonderful thing. What a truly wonderful. Yes, it's an extraordinary poem, and what some people think the greatest poem ever written in the English language as opposed to the American English language. And the basic idea is the paths of glory lead but to the grave. And in fact, there was a wonderful movie I saw called The Paths of Glory with Kirk Douglas in it about the First World War. And, people spend all their time trying to acquire money and become important. The question is, what do you do when you die? None of that's ever any use to you. So I think that's a very good thought to carry in your mind is what's the purpose of all this? Do I really need a new car? Is that really going to make... And that kind of thing permeates my thinking. And that's why, for example, although I've been offered one or two honors, I've never taken them because deep down I think they're a bit silly.
Yeah, it's a good context to look at life, to sort of be reminded that it's all ephemeral at a certain level and what really should matter. And it's a great way to approach it. But my head spun when I saw that. I'm like, oh my God, that I was recommended that early on in life, and it really did help me. And so throughout your life, do you find?
I think yeah. I actually read it because I couldn't get into Cambridge straight away. So when I was 19, I went off to teach at a little school where I'd actually been as a pupil. And the senior master was still there, Mr. Bartlett. He was a wonderful teacher. And I said to him, tell me a poem I should learn. And he told me to learn Gray's Elegy. I don't think I could do much of it now. It's full many a flower is born to blush unseen and waste its sweetness on the desert air. It's great stuff. And I think it did permeate in the same way that it did with you. And it's given me this fairly sort of casual, slightly philosophic attitude to life. I learned quite early on to say, does this really matter?
Yeah.
And when something goes wrong, it's very good just to stop for a moment and say, how much does this really matter? And always not much.
No, it does not matter.
I will tell you what I do believe that does matter, John, is leaving behind some legacy. Yeah. And as an illustration of that, Monty Python, the Holy Grail, when I was in high school, one of my history professor, when we were done with the my senior year, as a final, instead of giving us an actual final, he allowed us to watch Holy Grail. And I fast forward to my son, his senior year 3 years ago. He was in an academic program, an academic Olympic program, and as a reward for his performing well, they rented out a movie theater. And they showed Monty Python and the Holy Grail to these kids that were 18 years old. And here we are at this day and age.
Yeah.
And that film is still carrying as much weight as it did in entertaining young people. That's got to feel fantastic.
Oh, it's lovely when you tell me that. I feel quite touched by it because I think it's so important to laugh. I think it moves us to a better part of ourselves when we laugh. We become less anxious. I'll tell you this story very quickly. I went to Sarajevo, and for 4 years during the siege of Sarajevo, when there were Serbs up in the hill lobbing shells down to them, and people with snipers, Serbian snipers with telescopic lenses, shooting people in the street. And they told me that what they did was, after dark, they all used to go to an underground garage, which had been converted into a cinema, and they used to watch comedy films, mainly Python. Wow. And afterwards, when they all came out of the cinema in the dark, because it was safe, they felt better. Now, the whole point is nothing had changed, but they felt better able to deal with the situation. And that's incredibly interesting because, as I say, nothing had changed. So, but what had changed was the laughing that moved them to a better philosophical position.
Yeah.
And I think that's what it does because laughter has some wonderful effects. For a start, it's a democratic thing. It's very hard to maintain a hierarchy in a humorous atmosphere because everybody becomes much matier and friendlier and stop trying to pretend they're superior to other people. So I think laughter is hugely important. And the other thing I would say to young people is most of the really funny things were done a long time ago. Go back and look at Caesar.
Yeah.
Go back and look at W.C. Fields or the Marx Brothers. You know, they're wonderfully funny. They're much funnier than most of the stuff that's out there now. But young people always think that what has been done recently is, for some strange reason, more important. And the answer is no. The great stuff, most of the great stuff's there in history.
John, I was not really familiar with the Graham Norton show until Instagram started bringing those clips to the United States, and I've become a fan of Graham Norton. And you reposted a clip not that long ago of you on the couch, and Taylor Swift was sitting to your left, and you told a story about cats. And to me, it was just this quintessential John Cleese moment of you being you and Taylor Swift being a little confused by British people's humor. and I'm curious as to what your impression was of that moment.
Oh, I thought it was lovely. You see, I'm such an old-fashioned old thing, and I've never been much interested in popular music, that I had never heard of her.
Wow.
And when she was coming on the program, they said, oh, she's sort of sings Western side. I thought, oh, dear, I won't be able to understand her speech. And suddenly she sits down. There's this immensely poised, funny, what cool woman there, you know? Very, very pretty, but so elegant and effortless. And then they put pictures up of her cat, which are called Scottish folds with a strange folded ears. That's right. And I felt so comfortable with her because she's so smart, you know. I said, what happened to them? She said, what do you mean, what happened to them? I said, well, did they have an accident? And well, everybody just broke up. And I just thought, what a marvelous young woman. I must find out more about her. And as we parted, I said to her, you've got to do more comedy. Because I thought she was quite wonderful. But, of course, all she does is this singing, whereas she should be doing comedy. She's brilliant.
That's great. No, she's a superstar. I wanted to go back to something earlier that you said, John, concerning, taking the air out of people, that humor is a great leveler. And there was a great series about the history of Monty Python. And Python was formed, we were talking about this earlier before you came on. It was a response to the stuffiness of the time. And right? And so it was sort of a struggle, I think, because we had not seen really anything like that. I remember, for God's sakes, watching that on public television here.
Yes.
And it just rocked my world that people would commit so wholeheartedly to the absurd, and it was just brilliant. Finding that voice, finding that general attitude of the show, and getting that collection of people together was, in your memory, is that an arduous?
It has affected people. It's absolutely fascinating. So, men have often said to me, "Thanks for making me laugh," but women have said, "Thanks for helping to form my sense of humor," which is a huge compliment.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. That would hold true for me. And it means a lot. I have to ask you. So I was unfamiliar with the Cambridge Footlights, and which was that your first? That's a college. Is that a college performing group on the order of the Harvard Lampoon, or what? Where does that fall?
Anybody, I think there were 20 colleges at Cambridge, so anyone from any college, and indeed from any discipline, could come to this little club room, and they had to do an audition. And if they did, then they could come in and have lunch or get a drink there in the evening. And I liked it because they weren't all a bit like some of the other students trying to sort of be a bit one-uppish. What I liked about them is that they were very relaxed, and you could joke with them and tease each other and have a nice time. And it was only years later that I realized that that's what happens in a humorous atmosphere. Everybody gets sort of friendlier, and people who are supposed to be terribly important don't like comedy because it's very hard to be pompous in a comedy atmosphere. And when people are laughing, it's a great leveler. Terribly healthy.
You were talking about I was watching an interview. You were talking about the coronation of King Charles, and you were invited in to watch your wife on the bed, and you just burst out laughing because that's everything that you have sort of, your comedy has sort of bristled against over the years, the pomp, correct?
Yes, I wasn't expecting to have that reaction, but she was watching the television surrounded by our cats, which is her standard position, and I came to join her, and I looked at it, I looked at it for about 3-4 seconds, and then I just collapsed. I laughed and laughed and laughed, and she looked at me. She started laughing. She said, "What is it?" I said, "It's Monty Python. It's people in silly costumes trying to pretend that something serious is going on." And I just couldn't stop laughing.
That's hilarious. That's great. Now the rumor is, and I don't know if this is true, a reboot of Fawlty Towers with your daughter as a co-writer and a co-star. Is this in fact the case?
Yes, it will happen, but it's a long time down the road. And one of the producers put out a press release. There was no point to putting it out, and he put it out without warning everyone. So the whole thing suddenly magnified, and it hardly existed. I mean, Camilla and I were actually talking about it last night because I'm back in England, so we had a chat about it. It's a long way from happening, but it will happen, and it was not helpful having this big press release when the whole thing was just a glint in our eye.
Right, so it's sort of put the weight of it on you. But so down the road, it is in the works, but it'll be later than sooner.
Yeah, there's a lot in the works. For example, she and I rewrote the book for a musical of A Fish Called Wanda, and we spent the last month in L.A. working on that.
Wow.
John Desbray wrote music for the original film and also wrote most of the music for Spamalot. And a wonderful, really lovely director called B.T. McNichols, who used to work as assistant to Mike Nichols, who is, as far as I'm concerned, in anything to do with humor, he's up there with God. And so anybody who worked with Mike Nichols is someone I bow and scrape to. And we've done a very good job on the first act. So Camilla and I have been doing that. Then I'm back in London. And this afternoon, I'm preparing some a video to show all the people who are going to be doing the Life of Brian stage show next year.
Oh, that is fantastic. Yeah.
A lot going on.
A Fish Called Wanda musical, is that film or stage production you're thinking?
Stage show.
Oh, wonderful.
Hopefully in 2025, because these kind of things take an enormous amount of work and paperwork to get through. But apparently it's in very good shape, so I'm going to go back there in November after we finish the tour. The tour. We should have been talking about that.
The tour, by the way, and I love this statement about an evening with the late John Cleese. It says here in the statement, in lieu of flowers, the comedian wishes for you to please buy the VIP ticket, which includes premium seating, exclusive poster, and a post-show photograph with Mr. Cleese.
Then I will honor you that way with my wife. We will absolutely do that.
Oh, good. Yeah, that's fun, actually. And again, with the atmosphere, when I walk in to the people lined up, and I get 10 minutes after the show, and then they said they're ready, and walk in, there's always a slight feel of anxiety. It's terribly funny, like there's something that could go wrong.
Right.
I'm very amused by this, because what would it matter if something went wrong?
They would ask for a refund on the spot.
Jokes. Well, you start making jokes, and what happens is that all the anxiety just fades away in about 5 seconds, and everybody starts having a good time, and joking and smiling and waving and doing silly things, and everyone becomes very democratic in a good sense.
Well, the show.
I like doing that afterwards. Yeah, for the photographs afterwards.
The show will be at the Kimmel campus Wednesday, October 25th, and tickets are available at kimmelculturalcampus.org. It's in the evening with the late John Cleese. John, you are an absolute treasure. This is an honor for us to speak with you.
Pass the word on, will you?
Yes, we we shall pass the word on.
I've been very unappreciated.
We'll turn that around, and we hope you have a great time when you're in Philadelphia on the 25th, sir.
Yeah.
All right.
It's not too late to turn it around.
Not too late. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. John Cleese. Yeah. Take care, sir. We'll see you soon. Oh my goodness, that's
great.
That's one for the bucket list right there.
Yeah,
no doubt.
He's fantastic.
We've talked to him before, have we not?
I don't think. No, we had Eric Idle on.
Yeah, Eric Idle.
That was great. And we talked about the Ruddles and all kinds of, because I think he was doing there was like a Ruddles anniversary celebration or something along those lines. But he was great, because I remember I said
Michael Palin we had also talking about the travel show.
But Eric Idle, I'd said I said wink wink, and he goes I go wink wink nudge nudge. He goes say no more. I mean, like, he just went right into it, and they're awesome.
Yeah, I was talking earlier about how I didn't get it when I was younger, and then when I had my wisdom teeth taken out, my Aunt Pat got me the box set, Monty Python Flying Circus.
Yeah.
And so I watched it, and at that point, I think I was like 22 years old, and I was like, oh, I get it now.
Well, for people who don't know, to want to take a jump in, you can get, and now for something completely different, which is a movie where they redo some of their classic TV bits.
Yeah.
And it's done with a little bit more production value, and that's a good sort of primer.
Yeah, because the sketches are shorter.
Yep.
And it's easy to digest. And,
right.
And that's a great one, Steve. That's a good suggestion. Wow. All right, so Casey, question: are we taking a break or no?
You know what? No.
You can't stop this entertainment juggernaut.
Matter of fact.
Oh, we need to kill one more time.
Once again, for the time killer. You thought you were rid of me, but you were wrong.
Okay.
Time marches ineluctably forward.
All right.
And you are all my captives.
We will.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, Preston
We'll kill just a little bit more time because we have to go on Fox Good Day in 4 minutes.
And then Crumb Bum after that.
And then we got to do Crumb Bum Cash. And
then our Square Dance.
Yeah, why not? Okay. How about this? This is kind of interesting. In Pennsylvania school, a district, not just a school, is hailing the arrival of what they call twin Twindergarten.
Yeah, this is wild.
This is my school district.
There are 17 sets of twins. This is your school district?
Yeah, 17
White Marsh, yeah.
17 sets of twins just in kindergarten.
What?
Yeah.
Just in
What?
kindergarten.
That sounded like Mel Gibson. What?
What?
Yeah, and they're absolutely adorable. Their pictures have been everywhere. They, kind of
What?
they put pictures of each set of twins together, all 17 of them, and they're so cute.
Wow.
Did you guys have twins in your classes?
Yes.
Okay.
The Lampros twins were two very attractive girls. But we didn't have, that's it. Like, there was maybe one other set of
What
twins.
about the D'Annunzio triplets?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I remember, I had good friends that were twins, and there was another set in the school, but that was all I remembered.
Don and Dave Seidel. Those are the only ones I remember.
And the Cornacchio brothers, which was always interesting to me because they were fraternal twins, and Chris was this dirty, straight Italian boy, and Michael was this prim, proper, gay Italian boy, and they could not be more opposite
Sounds
in
like a
personality.
sitcom.
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you, even though fraternal twins, they still look a lot alike?
Not really.
See, because my uncles are fraternal, but they are almost identical.
Yeah,
sometimes that happens.
Yeah.
See, Preston, you might look at them and think these guys are cousins. They have cousins. Michael has a cousin and Chris has a cousin, and Michael's cousin looks more like Michael and Chris's cousin looks more like Christopher. And it's just funny to see in that family dynamic. But the other joke in that family was that Michael did all the eating when they were in the womb together because he came out much he came out much bigger than Christopher did.
Kathy, it's the Colonial School District.
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
So Montgomery,
Twindergarten.
It's in Monco. 7 pairs of twins are starting kindergarten at Ridge Park Elementary School. 6 sets are attending White Marsh Elementary School, and 4 are starting at Plymouth Elementary.
They should put them all in one class and then pay for the teacher's therapy.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Some of them, because I did see 6ABC did a story on them, and some of them are in the same class, and then some of them, were separated. I think that was kind of like a parent's decision. And the one set of twins, they were 2 little girls. She goes, "Well, we were allowed to be in the same class because we don't really fight."
Well, they of course the great I don't know if it's a myth is that twins develop twin speak.
Oh,
Yep.
they do.
Their own language to a certain age.
Right.
And then it kind of fizzles out.
Yeah, my brother has twins, a boy and a girl. They're turning 2 actually next weekend in October, and they definitely right now they're doing that twin speak. Like they'll say something, and everyone's like, "What did they say?" And like the other one will look at us and try to tell us what
Wow,
what the
that's
other one
very
was saying.
Village of the Damned.
I love that identical twins will do this, and you've seen it before where they rehearse the exact same thing and say it at the exact same time together. There are movies and stuff where, and in fact, it's got some kind of a name to it, that whatever that is, when they learn and they say it at the exact same speed with the exact same inflection, and it's bizarre. It's
pretty cool.
Weird to see people doing that.
I couldn't help but pull pranks if I was an identical twin. Did you ever see the movie Moving with Richard Pryor?
Yes.
Yeah, he's got twin sons in that, and they keep messing with people.
Yeah, with school and stuff. Listen, we got to go. We got about 5 seconds here before we're going live on Fox Good Day. We'll hear some music here in just a moment. And then we will chat with Mike and Alex, see what's going on in their world. I'm not hearing anything as of yet, Marcel. There it is. There it is. We'll see what's up with these guys.
Steve, here we go.
All right.
How do you have your significant other, what does it say when you call them in the phone? How do you have them listed in your phone? Preston, let's start with you.
Listen, I'm crazy
Just her
boring.
name?
I've got everybody's name as their name. I'm not interesting at all when it comes to that. I know some people have their, like Schmoopy or whatever it may be, but I don't do that.
Yeah. It's Claire, though we do have a ton of nicknames we don't use. I will use nicknames for other people in my contact list. For example, I could never quite spell Nick McElwain's name properly. So in my contacts, and I have to tell Siri when I'm in the car driving, call Nick what the F. Is the because and
he says it all out.
All out, and that's the only way. And then Siri recognizes, and then we'll place the call.
You know what's funny though is I'm like Preston. I'm boring too. Even my parents are not mom and dad. It's Thomas McElwain. It's Betsy McElwain.
And
I don't know why,
That's
but
interesting.
yeah. I'm one of the only people I know that does that.
I still can't believe Steve can't spell N-I-C-K.
Yeah, I know. It's a little slow.
It's the McElwain that's my melon twister. So
I hear you, yeah. I have a good friend, Charisma. Her last name is McElwain.
All right.
I could not spell that for you right now. Is it an E? Is it an I?
I think she has an E at the end of it, yeah, and she's the much better looking McElwain.
Do you ever place a like I have an anonymous name that when I send myself a text, it will come up as Mr. Large Genitals?
Oh my gosh, dude! Mine comes up as King of Farts.
Right.
Yes.
So that no one sees it but you, but it cracks me up every time if I text myself a message driving home and I've forgotten about it, and it will say, message from Mr. Large Genitals.
Now, how about this one? Not to bring things down, but I'm going to. My mom passed in 2004, but I still have her in my phone.
Yeah. I've got a few contacts.
And you're not going to get rid of that.
Nah, it just feels final.
No.
Yeah.
It's already final, but it's even more final.
Besides, you have a potential Twilight Zone episode when you get it.
Yes, a call from that number.
So true. Yeah. I tried to remember my home phone number in Wichita, Kansas when I was a little boy, and I did remember it, MU34165. So I called it the other day, and my sister's name came up, and she passed about a year ago.
Oh my God!
Odd to see. Oh my goodness!
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
Do you think she stored it, Mike? Did she got access to the old number, and that became her current number or her former number?
That the number in the sky now.
Yeah.
Now it said that the number had been finished off, disconnected.
It had been finished
Because
off.
sometimes they give it to other people. And there's like a movie, I think, on Netflix now where this woman, she lost her husband and she decides to keep texting it when someone else has the number and he starts falling in love with her based on the text she thinks she's sending.
It's Mike Jarek. Yeah, that's the number that she gets. It's been incredibly romantic.
Wow.
How about Kathy? Is she there today?
Yes, right here. Yeah.
I don't have anything interesting in my phone.
No pet names?
No, the only one that changed was Nick. He was Nick Y100, and then when we came to MMR, like 3 years in, I was like, I'm going to change that. So now he's Nick MMR.
No one wants to spell Nick's last name.
Me and charisma.
Yeah, apparently.
Good Lord.
I guess that'd be like me putting Mike Fox or something.
Yeah.
I do think once you've reached a certain level, I do feel like I shouldn't be first name and last name.
Wait.
But I think I'm that in your phone.
Mike Fox is an awesome name to have. That's like a 60s private detective, Mike Fox.
Or a porn star.
Yeah.
Mike Fox. Buck naked.
Oh, maybe I'll change it to that then.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
See you later, guys. Bye-bye. All right. It is, it's 8 o'clock. Yeah.
93.3 WMMR, Philadelphia.
You're a real crumb bum.
It's time for a crumb bum cash keyword.
The word is live. It can also be live. L-I-V-E. They're spelled the same. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. 3 ways for you to do this. Enter it at WMMR.com or via the MMR app, or you can text it to the special contest short code number we have set up. It's 45911. Now, one random entry wins $1,000 in this company-wide contest, and each winner gets a call from Beasley, so make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules at WMMR.com, and it's sponsored by Horizon Services. Don't forget, the word is live, L-I-V-E. Enter that now. We're going to take a break. We haven't even done the bizarre file yet. We'll come back with it and more, so stay with
us. You were dealing with a lot of wealth.
Yes.
So if your inclination was to do anything sort of perverted, you had a total resource.
But how the hell do you find out that you like standing ankle deep in warm water and having people throw orange wedges at your ass? At some point or another, it's got to happen by accident, or you need to hear about it.
Oh, that felt good.
Yeah. Wow.
And then by accident, how does it happen by accident?
Well, here's I was shopping.
How do you all of a sudden are in a room with someone, bare ass, and they throw an orange wedge at your ass?
So you think of the possible scenarios. You go to an outdoor proctologist. A flash flood occurs. You're in mid-exam, and he, while picking up something to throw over to you, throw you an umbrella, his lunch is on the table,
right?
With his orange wedges.
Out of excitement, he knocks it off the table, and an orange wedge hits you in the ass.
And he's like, "Oh, sweet mystery of life."
Yes. So I think
you can't just wake up in the morning and go, "Oh, it'd be a real turn on an orange wedge hitting me in the ass."
The Fox News Channel's Megyn Kelly writes in her new book about being sexually harassed by the network's former head, Roger Ailes, who was ousted earlier this year amid similar allegations from several women.
I want to fart in your face.
that ale?
Oh my god.
That big slob. The
What the hell is going on?
he just impresses me as such a disgusting guy.
That's his thing?
That's his thing.
I did not know.
Oh, you didn't know that?
I want to fart in your face.
Oh my God.
You've seen him, right? He's like something out of Dune. He's like one of the,
Baron von Harkonnen. Vladimir Harkonnen.
He really just looks really bad. He should be hooked up to she comes into the room, he's hooked up to the hoses flying in the air.
Come over here. I want to fart in your face.
God.
It's gross. Can't deal with it.
And who would come over there?
Nobody.
Nobody.
Certainly no professional.
I was not expecting that. Yeah, he's got massive jowls, man. Big time.
and
We're looking at a picture of him right now.
He's done it with a few women. It's just horrific.
So in a chapter of her upcoming book, Kelly writes about Ailes that he offered to advance her career in exchange for sexual favors and made physical advances against her that she rejected, including, quote, trying to grab me repeatedly and kiss me on the lips. She writes that when she shoved Ailes away, quote, he asked me ominous questions like, when is your contract?
Because I can make them on demand. Come on, lean in close. You're going to like this. It's cheese.
I got to take a breath here. Saw this interesting article.
We'll determine that.
All right. It is by psychotherapist Abby Rodman. Now, it is about various types of affairs that can take place in a relationship. Now, we just think of one type of affair, the physical affair. But there are more than one of those.
This is interesting. Explain.
I shall. There is the emotional affair. Okay. One partner in this type of affair, one partner is starving for an adult emotional connection, and they've usually given up on getting it from their spouse. The partner may be depressed and not feel like themselves anymore. Then someone they know, a coworker, for instance, pays attention to them.
Yeah, you've heard the term like work wife and work husband.
Yes, yeah, and I can see that. To me, that always just constitutes a good friend.
Yeah, but I think a work wife is more. You let your actual wife know about your work wife. You don't let your actual wife know about an emotional affair.
I think that might be the case, yes. The partner usually, but however it says here, the partner usually justifies the emotional affair because they see it
Great
as
handies.
The lesser of two evils. No, there are no handies.
Oh, there are no
involved
handies. I'm sorry.
In the
that
emotional
would be
affair.
physical. You're right.
Well, and that's dumb. It's a hand.
Yeah, it's a hand. It's not even a vagina.
The point of that.
There's
That's like not even cheating.
There's your motto, Steve.
Wait, did you say Kathy just justified that handies aren't even cheating?
Because
this just in. This sexual world was rocked by the revelation that since a handy is not a vagina, it's not cheating. Men of all walks of life hurried out of work running home.
Breaking news.
No, it says they.
Turns out it's not cheating.
The president.
If you ever thought that was bad, Kathy says it's not. Because it's not even a vagina.
You remember a while back we received a coconut in the mail.
Yeah.
Somebody just put an address on and mailed it and didn't know you could do that. So I asked for other odd items to be sent to us through the mail. Well, we've gotten a few of them.
What'd you say right now is the most unique thing we've received? Would it be the coconut?
No, I think it's that rewinder.
The rewinder? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's
tape in here.
Is there?
Oh.
What is it?
Let's see what
Play
it
it.
is.
It's got to be porn.
No, it's not.
What is it?
Oh my God.
What is it?
All right. Hang on. Let's play a little game.
Oh.
I love little games. I will reveal cast characters to you.
Oh, it's like the Leonard Maltin game.
Yeah.
With Doug Benson.
Mm-hmm.
Doug loves movies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's.
You gonna pull up the cast?
Yeah. I was not expecting this. All right. So.
Mm-hmm. You're gonna start with the star or a little further down on the list?
Where do you want me to start, Preston and Steve?
Key grip.
No, you want to go like on the list?
Yeah,
five
go with
down.
the co-stars. Yeah, 5 down.
5 down.
All right, fifth one down.
Yep.
All right, 1, 2, 3.
Steve
4.
will probably get this.
5.
John Mahoney.
John Mahoney.
Ooh.
The comedian?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Do you want to turn this into
Say
a giveaway?
anything?
It was from Frasier's dad, right?
Yeah.
Say anything, probably. That's guess number 1.
that's
Okay,
wrong.
no. All right.
Next, Michael Lerner.
That's a woman, right?
Yeah.
No, that's a man, Michael Lerner.
No, I'm thinking Michael Learned.
Yes, from the Waltons. Played the mom.
Okay. I don't know.
6th Down. You want me to do 6th Down because it's a bigger name?
Can I guess?
Yeah.
Spaced Invaders?
No.
Okay.
Do you want me to go down real quick?
I don't care.
It's a
Just
bigger
give us
name.
another name.
Tony Shalhoub was 6.
Tony Shalhoub. This isn't Galaxy. No,
because the others aren't in Galaxy Quest.
Yeah.
Do you want me to give you the year of the movie by any chance?
Sure.
All right. The year of the movie was 1991.
Year was 1991.
Okay.
And Tony Shalhoub had just completed production of a major motion picture.
All right. Above Michael Lerner is Judy Davis.
Judy Davis.
I don't know who that is.
A great actress, and she played many biographies. She also played Judy Garland.
Okay.
All right. Next one up. 2nd Down is John Goodman.
Ooh.
Wow.
King Ralph?
No.
No.
Not a comedy. How about that?
Comedy.
The Babe.
No.
The Bitch.
No, that was Joan Collins. Looks a lot like
How's our
John Goodman these days.
How's our text board? Did they?
I'm not checking.
I'm not looking.
All right, go ahead. One more.
All right.
The main star.
So John Goodman,
Tony Shalhoub, John Mahoney.
and it was not a comedy.
It was not a comedy. All right, so it's something very powerful, would we say? Is it DC Cab?
I've only heard of this movie. I've never seen it.
All right. So you only have one name left.
I have one name left.
Probably Citizen Kane then.
And it's the title character.
Okay.
I almost said the name of the movie.
Yeah.
John Turturro.
Oh, Barton Fink.
Yeah.
There you go.
Son of a bitch.
Never heard of it.
Coen Brothers.
Yeah.
Never even heard of that movie.
It's very trippy.
Well, now you can watch it, Preston.
Yeah, right.
In beautiful VHS.
Well, we just
someone get a VHS player and put an address on it. Send it to us.
Yeah.
Undefeated records. Eric, good morning.
Hey, you guys rock. Uma Thurman needs the word.
Yeah.
Everybody's heard about the bird. Wow.
Case, how did you just do that? Do that
They're
again.
all right next to each other.
Do it again.
Everybody's heard about the bird.
Nice work. All right, Eric, what's up, man? Tell us about your perfect record.
When I was in the military, we went down to Haiti in like 96 around then for deployment. From the time we got on the Eisenhower to go down, which was like mid-September, we were down there about 5-6 months. For 3.5 months, me and my best friend were undefeated in the card game Spades.
How do you play spades?
Do you know how to play hearts?
A little bit.
It's basically hearts, but with spades.
Hey, now, Spades is a partner game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's usually played 4 people, 2 to a team.
Okay. There's a Stephen King book called Hearts in Atlantis. You need to read that. There's a whole segment about the game of hearts that I think you'll dig, man.
Yeah, I played.
Okay, cool.
Thanks, Eric. We'll
I
see
played
ya.
hearts and pinochle, and so spades is kind of like a combination of those two. I got to tell you, when it comes to spades, there was a giant bone of contention between my circle of high school friends. There's a scene in Boys in the Hood where I think Ice Cube says, "Yo, y'all want to bust some spades?" And my friend, and still to this day, thinks he says spags. And I'm like, spags isn't a thing. It's not a game.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I just needed your
peanut butter.
This just in. Clarification on dialogue that appeared in the movie Boys in the Hood so many years ago. There's no such thing as spags. We know it as Jimmy Leshevsky at the Pentagon. Jim, how about this whole Boys in the Hood conundrum? I was confused by it, honestly. I thought he said spags. But I thought to myself, there is no such thing as that, right? Thanks, Jim. Thanks always. Very, very insightful commentary.
Let's go. Yeah, let's go to Tyler. Has a record. Hey, Tyler. Good morning.
Good morning. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. All right, so we're talking about people having a perfect record. What about you?
All right. I got a perfect record for getting stoned every single day and going to school and getting straight A's.
Wow. Straight A's. You got so you're an exemplary student, though you were stoned absolutely every. Now, would that be Monday through Friday, just school days, or were you?
No, every day.
Every day.
Wow. And you got straight A's.
straight A's. I'm like a teacher's pet. Like the teacher has to say, Tyler, like we know you know the answer. Just stop raising your hand at this point.
Were you the teacher's supplier?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't sell drugs.
Okay, good.
All right,
So you're like the champion of drug addicts.
Sure.
Yeah.
for getting good grades.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now that's it's a little bit of a contorted title, but it is a title.
That's it. Listen, yeah,
it's
absolutely.
undefeated.
I'll take anything that you want to tell us about.
What
Thanks,
are you
man.
the champion of then at that point?
Of beating the odds, I guess.
Yes,
right?
of course, yeah.
I don't know.
He didn't have to smoke resin one time. He always, right?
What's that? I'm not understanding.
When you run out of weed, you get like a paper clip or whatever, and you scrape out all the resin in your apparatus, and you
Casey,
smoke that.
I used to be called Captain Blackfingers.
Captain Black. Look at you, Cheech and Chong over here.
Sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
If you don't actually have the leafy substance.
Captain Blackfingers.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, a lot of people still want to watch reruns of The Cosby Show on television. In a Twitter announcement yesterday, Bounce TV said, "You asked and we heard you loud and clear, bouncers. We're bringing back The Cosby Show by popular demand."
I don't know if I have Bounce.
No, and you know what? Well, I don't know either, but Seventh Heaven is playing in syndication. We were talking about that last week.
Yeah, you figured how would you do that?
Yeah, but if people want to see it.
Stephen Collins was admitted to sexual contact with a 10-year-old girl.
Yeah.
To me, I would find it difficult to believe him as a preacher in that show.
Yeah.
And Cosby is the ultimate dad at this point. I think is not workable.
Well, it's old, and people might have they might look past that and just look at the characters as opposed to the people actually playing them.
You think so? I should revisit the Charles Manson sitcom.
What was that? I don't remember. Was that back in
I'm home.
Oh, it was like a family sitcom, or
Squeaky, I hear you got a bad grade today. Why didn't you go out and kill a white pig?
I'm home. Look, that's
just with a crazy look on his face in the door. I'm home.
That's the opening shot. Oh God!
And they're at the Spawn movie ranch there.
Oh my God!
Wait a second. This isn't my knife. It's a melon baller. The voice in my head says we're going out for ice cream.
And then there's the episode where he carved the swastikas in their forehead. Oh,
I don't like it.
Yeah.
You never like anything. I think it makes me look Nazi-ish. I just think it's going to be an issue when you apply for jobs. I marched to my own drummer, woman.
WMMR.
All right, we can now do this.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Bad Fish in a tribute to Sublime this Saturday at the TLA. Doors open at 7 and all tickets are free while supplies last. Wow, 21 and over. That's Bad Fish at the TLA this Saturday, presented by Nova Farms, and all tickets are free.
That's pretty cool.
Never heard of that.
Yeah.
All right. So, never heard of the free ticket thing. That's crazy. All right. We're going to start with a story from our area. Listen to this. The person who stole a shop vac from a truck in Philadelphia's Frankfurt neighborhood could be in for quite the surprise. Don Shump, who owns the truck and vacuum, said that there are hundreds of live hornets inside of it.
No.
Shump is the owner of Philadelphia Bee Company, a beekeeping operation based in the city. He said, "We do removals of anything that flies and stings." His company relocates honeybees and bumblebees and will often use them to make honey to sell in the area. For hornets and wasps, though, Shump said they typically freeze and study them. So last Thursday, the beekeeper siphoned hundreds of hornets into a shop vac while on a job in Malvern. Shump put the vac in the bed of his pickup truck and made the drive home to Frankfurt. He was planning to freeze the insects the following morning. He said, "The truck I was driving was new. I hadn't gotten a chance to put a wrap on it yet, so there was no clear signage as to what might be in the vehicle." Well, sometime between 9 p.m. Thursday and 7 a.m. Friday, Shump said someone stole the vacuum out of the bed of the truck. He said the hornets inside the vacuum are large and can be aggressive. He also said the nest inside the stolen shop vac could produce hundreds more this fall. In a post on Facebook, he warned the thief about what they stole. So he wrote, "To the poor soul who lifted the shop vac out of the back of my truck, I wanted to give you a heads up. The vacuum was there because it was filled with European hornet queens, the largest social stinging insects in the eastern United States." He said, "I performed the removal of their nest late yesterday afternoon. Those girls should be full of life and extra spicy, and I anxiously await your unboxing video."
Oh, my God.
He said, "I've joked for years that I don't need to lock my vehicle, and generally the bees and wasps afford a safety net." So he said, of all the vacuums and all the trucks that they could have grabbed, I think they grabbed the wrong one.
Well,
oh, my God.
Luckily, shop vacs are not too expensive.
Yeah, but
the bees,
God.
oh, what a surprise.
Oh, that's going to be fun. A newly released body cam video shows Seattle Police Department officers and an arrested male suspect being, I didn't even know I had this back to back, stung several times by a swarm of wasps.
This is an all beat bizarre file.
They were later taken to a medical center to be treated for their injuries. After catching and arresting the suspect, officers and the suspect were attacked by the insects. One of the officers also suffered a laceration.
Were they sting crazy?
They arrested a 22-year-old man after he attempted to carjack multiple vehicles. Multiple 911 calls have been made regarding the suspect who was attempting to carjack vehicles with a knife. When officers arrived, they located him in a tunnel. The suspect ran from officers and was caught in a nearby area. And then that was when the officers and the suspect were ambushed by the wasps. In the video, officers can be heard yelling in pain and saying that there were yellow jackets everywhere. Yeah.
Bees in the car! Bees everywhere!
I probably have more deep in my bizarre file, but I would have to dig for a while.
I'll look for a bee angle in this next story. We'll make it work.
I hang on to loads of bizarre file stories, so the ones that we don't use. How about this? An Oklahoma judge was arrested. This is a judge.
Yeah.
In Austin, Texas last week after authorities say he opened fire on parked vehicles while out driving, striking at least one of them, and intentionally crashed into a woman's vehicle, telling officers later that she had cut him off.
Oh. Did she cut him off because a bee had flown into her car?
Maybe that was it. Brian Lovell, an associate district judge, was arrested on a misdemeanor count of reckless driving, a felony count of endangering a deadly conduct with a firearm. And
so it's illegal to shoot at other pedestrians and cars and crash into things.
Was forwarded to a grand jury for consideration.
I didn't know that.
According to a police affidavit, officers were called by a witness who reported a man firing approximately 5 times while driving down the street, striking at least one of the parked vehicles. About 90 minutes later, police responded to a call about a crash less than 2 miles from the shooting scene where a woman said a man had deliberately collided into the rear of her vehicle.
It's okay, he's a judge.
Twice. Lovell in his SUV matched the description of the shooter. He told police that he believed the woman had cut him off in traffic, and although he acknowledged their vehicles had collided, he did not admit that the collisions were intentional. He told police that there were 2 handguns in his vehicle, but he said he did not know why he would have shot his gun and could not recall any part of the shooting incident.
I don't recall the shooting part.
Lovell agreed to not preside over any cases until his own case.
Do you think he would buy that if someone presented that evidence to him in court?
Damn good question.
I don't think I shot anyone.
Yeah. All right, and then we'll do one more story since we're so late in the B file and wrap it up. The Royal Canadian Air Force is investigating an inappropriate and unapproved call sign that was transmitted electronically from one of its aircraft on Monday. RCAF identifiers, otherwise known as call signs, contain 4 letters and 2 numbers, and they are assigned to pilots and usually remain unchanged. But on Monday, it appeared one was tweaked when an FC-18 Hornet on a flight. Hornet!
Another bee! We did it! Bees!
When a CF-18 Hornet on a flight in the United Kingdom was broadcast globally as Dick 69.
Dick 69? Wow. Give that jet a wide berth.
A spokesperson for the Royal Canadian Air Force said they were aware of an inappropriate and unapproved aircraft identifier that was transmitted electronically by one of our CF-18 Hornets currently deployed in the United Kingdom. The blunder drew attention online later Monday morning after being shared online. The post garnered more than 10,000 views in about 6 hours. Within its statement, the force said it expects all its members to display the highest standard of integrity and professionalism and to exercise good judgment at all times.
That's an affirmative, D's nuts.
By the way, in 2022, 2 senior RCAF officers were handed reprimands and minor suspensions after an offensive call sign was assigned to another pilot. So it's happened before. And that is what I have in the bizarre file. You know, I was hoping this might happen.
Yeah.
Don Shump, the owner of the bee company, has called in. So let's get him on the line. Hey, Don, good morning. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me try that again. I didn't have the proper button push. Don, can you hear me?
I can indeed. How are you guys?
We're good, man. Thanks for giving us a call. This is a crazy ass story, man. So you vacuumed up. So you remove bees and stinging insects for a living. So you've done this countless times, right?
Yeah, we do hundreds of these a year. But I only do 3 to 4 European hornets like a season.
Okay.
So are they as the story indicated, they tend to be more formidable, correct?
Oh yeah, they're much bigger. Like the queens are as big as the murder hornets they were talking about.
Wow. Holy Christ, those things are. Yeah, we were talking about that when that whole thing broke out in the news, and they're enormous.
Yeah, they're you really wouldn't want to get hit by one of those.
All right, so Don, you use a regular like shop vac in part of your removal then?
Yeah, so we don't. All our removals are chemical free. We can't risk poisoning the bees. We keep honeybees as well.
Okay.
And so when we siphon up a nest, we're literally just taking a shop vac and they're going right into the box.
Okay. Don, this might be a silly question, but how did you get into this line of work? Because it is kind of unique.
I had a quarter-life crisis. I used to do computers. I was a web developer in a former life. And so, I decided, you know what, I'd rather shove my face into a hive-full of stinging insects.
That's the best answer.
Oh, my
That is
God.
terrific.
That's
But let me tell you, it could have gone into radio. You have a very resonant voice.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. But you guys are the best. I wouldn't dream of that.
Well, thank you. By the way, what's the name of your company?
It's Philadelphia Bee Company.
Okay, that's perfect. All right, so as the story indicates, you're finishing for the day. You're just going to leave those bees in that particular in that vacuum for whatever reason. Is that kind of standard for you? You can leave them in there, and you don't have to worry about them getting out. And you can get to them and they're not going to all die or anything like that.
Well, with the hornets, we don't really worry about them dying. The problem with this one was that they were crawling out the hose. Like I had one more job after that, and they were there to greet me when I went to pull the hose out of the.
Wow. So they had, and that is that uncommon for them to start to work their way up the hose?
Yeah, not that quickly.
Okay.
All right, so let me ask you this, Don. Let's say this person steals your vacuum. They take it back. They're going to do whatever they're going to pawn it, or they're going to use it, or whatever it is. When they open that thing up, now you know what you're doing. If someone just were to open that up, is that a pretty much guarantee that those things are going to be really pissed off and go after that person?
Yeah, they're really not going to be happy because on top of the hornets, like that wasn't all that was in there. Like I had done a full day's worth of work, so there were yellow jackets in there, and those guys don't get along anymore.
Oh my God!
So yellow jackets and hornets. So you have a mini battle raging on in that dry vac.
Yeah, it was a menagerie of stinging insects inside of that. So this guy, like, really, talk about a gift.
Oh my God,
that's kind of great.
I love that when someone steals like a truck and there's dead bodies or something. They don't know what they're getting or raw sewage. But seldom does a dead body attack the thief or the raw sewage. In this case, you're literally opening up a torture box.
Yeah, and the European hornets, especially, they can actually squirt you in the eyes.
Ooh,
what?
They can shoot their venom.
What?
So
goggle up to remove those. Like the one time I forgot my goggles, it took me 2 hours to get home. It was like being pepper sprayed.
So Don, what someone obviously you're kind of keeping an eye out in the news to see if any bizarre situations occur.
Yeah.
But if someone is attacked by many of these hornets at once, could it? I assume if they're allergic, especially, it could be life-threatening. Correct?
If they're only if they're allergic, like otherwise it's just going to be real painful.
Okay, I'm going to imagine that's probably more than likely the case because that's the funnier scenario.
It is.
We'll go with that.
We'll go with that one. Yeah.
Are you now? I know it's just a shop vac, but are you keeping an eye out? Local hospitals for multiple stings or anything like that?
Honestly, I didn't think they would get that far, so I was kind of driving around the neighborhood expecting to see this thing just like chucked to the side of the road.
Right. Oh my gosh!
But nothing turned up, so I was really hoping they didn't make it into a pawn shop because I was just like that. I couldn't imagine being a pawn shop owner and having that dropped off.
So Don, you were talking about the murder wasps, right? Is that what it is?
Murder hornets.
We always hear these stories come every couple of years about they're making their way up from the West Coast or they're making their way up from the South. So what is the ominous bee du jour? That has everyone freaking out right now. Is it still the murder hornets?
Yeah, and honestly, they're not the threat that everybody's making them out to be. Like, they lose about 40 people in Japan to those a year, and it's almost all allergy related.
Oh.
Like, the way this has been reported, it's like they make it sound like they're carrying babies off into the horizon.
Right. That's how they. Of course, that's how you get the headlines. Yeah.
I mean, they've got an awesome name.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, that's Don. Sorry this happened to you, but it's pretty damn funny, man.
No, it was great. Justice will be served.
Yes, whether that thief wants it or not.
All right, Don, thanks for checking in and thanks for listening, man. We appreciate it.
Hey, thanks, guys. Have a great one.
Take care. All right,
And
Don Shump.
Call us back if they catch the guy.
Yes.
Like, I want to know what happens to this guy.
Please do, Don.
We'll attend the services.
All right, see you later, man. Philly Bee Company. Wow, how crazy is that?
I mean, that person's going to get what they deserve.
It's like we said before, somebody flies past you, cuts you off or whatever, and then down the road you see them pulled over by a cop.
Yeah.
It's like that.
What if
this...
Replace the cop car with the giant hornet.
Yeah. I love it.
Okay.
All right, we do need to take a break. Casey was going to say something, but we got a break. And in fact, I want to come right back.
Okay.
Because we just finished up the Bizarre File at 8:30. So let's return in just a moment. Don't forget, secret text word, by the way. We have your chance this morning to win tickets, a 4-pack of them to the famous Monster Fest, October 13th through the 15th, the Valley Forge Casino Resort. Ozzy, Sharon, Jack, and Kelly Osbourne are all going to be there.
Wow.
So text the word secret to 39333. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
All right.
Leave as little circumstantial evidence as possible. Who's laughing?
He becomes aware of the audience.
What the hell? Can't you hear that? Who are you?
All right.
That's on Bounce as well. That's the lead-in.
The show was...
It's Manson and Cosby for the Power Hour.
The show was syndicated in 1988, and various networks showed reruns up until 2014 when TV Land, Bounce TV, and BET all stopped airing the show due to the sexual assault allegations.
Cosby and Manson doing press together for the...
Oh, my God. At a conference. There were a couple pieces of audio you wanted me to play, Steve?
Oh, yeah. Yoko. I think she posted this on her Facebook account, Yoko Ono. She had an auditory reaction to President-elect Donald Trump.
Oh, wait. Is this
okay. It's real.
Is it words or is it...
You tell me.
It's an auditory reaction.
Tell me. In classic Yoko fashion, and this was a message to her followers, and I guess to her followers, this means something.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
I haven't heard this yet.
Okay. You know what that sounds like? You know when you have a balloon, and you let the air out, but you put it in your mouth and you go, ow, wow,
Marissa,
wow, wow, wow.
can we find a balloon, please?
Do you know what it also sounds like?
No, I mean an actual balloon around here.
I got it.
Casey's got it. We need a real balloon.
A real man's balloon. We got
those
condoms.
are gigantic. Look at this.
All right, well, go ahead, blow it
It's
up.
a weather balloon,
It's
for
a
Christ's sake.
douchebag is what it is.
Either we have a tiny balloon or a Zeppelin.
It's a hot water bottle.
The hell is
this
that?
won't work.
It might.
All right, try it.
He's going to pass out trying to blow it up.
And you know what? Preston is actually really good at just picking up wind instruments, so you might be able to actually recreate this.
You might be a virtuoso.
Yeah.
All right, we'll play it for him while he's blowing.
Okay. All right, stop.
Got it.
What the hell's going on?
Trying to lick it.
Stop laughing. This is serious.
Yes, come on. You don't have to get it right up on the mic.
Maybe Yoko is talented.
Get it to squeak.
Oh, get out.
Yeah.
All right,
Here we go.
Sounds like a
No, gotta take it back.
I need a different balloon.
It's not going to work.
Go to promotions. Get me. God damn it! Give me a real balloon.
And where's those balloons I requested? Can't come out of a Green Day song into a balloon segment.
You can't come out of Yoko Ono.
Yoko Ono into a balloon segment. Shut that bitch up.
Can you do the exploding Yoko for me, Steve?
Sure. Yeah.
That's one of my favorite bits of all time. Let me know when you're ready.
Hey, we're good to go. That's what she sounds like.
It actually, her voice is hurting my ears.
It's just annoying. And please, the enablers.
Stop putting microphones in front of her face.
I would say the people that supported Hitler and enabled Hitler.
Who does she have around her?
Yeah, they're just as bad.
They're
so talented.
It's not doing the mouth thing. It's not with them.
Who the hell is doing that?
What was that?
Nick, it was the balloon.
You got to go like this, Preston.
Jesus.
Wait a minute. Are you actually saying woo while you're doing that? No, stop that.
Why? It's added to it.
He asked you a question.
That's not hurting your ears? You would get you'd get a more pleasant sound if you ran over a cat with a lawnmower.
This is terrible.
Okay.
Jesus. Well, that's her take on the whole election.
Who's doing that?
Should we stop?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
See if you can guess what song this is.
See if you can what?
See if you can guess what song this is.
Okay, all right, here we go. Oh, wait, we may have invented a new game. Here we go.
What?
That's just rhythm. That has no...
It's a song you should know. Oh,
wait, honestly, that was Limelight.
Yes, it was.
Seriously?
It was pulling up.
Do it again.
It took me a minute.
Can you do Crash Into Me?
That's hard. I can try. Let me get it for you.
Here, wait, hold on.
Steve's going to do it.
No, I can't.
Oh, you're just blowing up a balloon for fun.
I just like to blow up balloons. I really, if you're having a prom or something coming up, give me a call.
Is this the dumbest thing we've ever done?
It's in there. It's in there.
Do we want to stay on sugary?
No, I need savory now.
Savory, okay.
Yeah.
All right. We'll move on to savory. Let's see. Shake Shack is adding more chicken to its menu.
Okay.
It's just in.
Dude.
The Shake Shack adding more chicken to its menu. And landslide in Peru kills 100,000.
Hey, by the way.
We go down to Jimmy Gushevsky, who's at Shake Shack.
Are you leading with that?
By the way, speaking of landslides, they saved the 3 cows.
They did?
Yes, that were up on that.
How'd they get them down?
I don't know. I didn't read the full
They
story.
raised New Zealand.
Nick had it up earlier, but it was that New Zealand earthquake that caused a landslide, and there were 3 cows up on top of that little plateau.
Cows were terrified. They were full of milkshakes. Boom!
He was laughing at himself. He couldn't even get it out.
Wow. That's a horrible joke.
That's so good. They were filled full of milkshakes.
Cows had milkshakes in them.
Because they were so scared. They were shaking.
I thought it was because the ground shook.
No. Hey, that's a good one.
It was an earthquake.
It was an earthquake, so they were full of milkshakes.
Got it. All right. Anyway, I don't know how they did it, Kathy. We'll fall into that later on. So anyway,
They shot him.
Back to Shake Shack.
He shot him and threw him off.
They had a helicopter with a machine gun
Look
on
at
it.
him.
They're saved. They have the Ride of the Valkyries.
We have the cows inside.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not exactly sure how they.
God, there's so much of a story here.
Went about it.
We have our cows inside.
All right. Anyhow, moving on. Back to the Shake Shack and the chicken.
Yeah.
We were speaking earlier this morning in our entertainment roundup about Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson being the sexiest man alive.
Yeah, I sometimes don't support those decisions, but I have to agree with this one.
You agree with this one?
Yeah, on a guy level to a guy, I would say that because he's a cool guy. He seems like a good guy. Mm-hmm. He seems like a guy who would hold you down.
Yes.
And take you.
Yeah.
And take you and make you realize things about yourself. That's what he seems like to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some I have not agreed with. Richard Gere, you would agree with, right?
Oh yeah, I loved Richard Gere.
Yeah, it's interesting what floats their particular boat every year.
They usually pick somebody who's got something going on too, as far as being in the public eye in a big project, and they're successful as well.
In 1992, Nick Nolte won it.
No.
What?
Yeah.
All right. What did that picture look like, though?
MMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. A little later on, Brandon Novak is going to be here in our studio. He's got a book called In the Streets of Baltimore. And we were just talking about Bam a little while ago and how maybe he's doing a little bit better. And these guys were the closest of friends. And,
yes.
Both had serious substance issues, so we'll talk to him.
It's an amazing story.
In a little while. Okay, what do you want to talk about? Because I've got a couple of things that we could dive into. And we could either go into... we were talking about Kathy and I being fugitives. Well, we weren't fugitives.
Well, ex-convicts.
Ex-convicts.
Ex-cons.
Or I have some other things. What do you like?
You'd mentioned the other thing about the list, the anti-list.
Yeah.
I do. Both are good. Should we have the audience raise their hands?
I can't decide. Raise your hand.
Look
if
out the window.
Me and Kathy.
Okay.
Okay. Or would you rather hear about the anti-bucket list? Raise your hand.
I like anti-bucket.
Okay. All right.
I mean, I don't think I want to recount my convict story.
Well, listen, it hardened you. It really, I mean, if anyone wonders why Kathy has the prison tier, that's why.
I mean, listen, I cleaned myself up and look at me now. I got a job.
That's
with
amazing.
You guys.
Yeah, you have activities.
Yeah.
It's hard to put together chain gang activities.
So Steve sent me this article, and this person had written about what they call an anti-bucket list, a list of things they hope to never experience.
Oh, okay.
As opposed to a bucket list of things you want to check off your list before you die, and that you make sure that you do. This is what you don't want to do. Or it could be called things I would like to avoid at all costs. And so what's the point of making a list like this? Well, they say it forces you to ask questions about yourself, and it forces you to think of behaviors or actions you want to avoid. And you can also call this the mistakes I do not want to make list. And you can also learn a lot about what you do want by thinking about what you don't want out of life.
I think this is great. Obviously, you're going to say, I don't want to have a horrible disease that renders me, a vegetable. That's an obvious one.
Right.
I think of things like, to me, I think of things that are more like, I've determined that I have no desire and or need to ever go skydiving.
Oh,
well, that's on this list. That's one of them on the list that says go skydiving. But I mean, yeah, you don't want to do that. I get it. But that doesn't mean that's not a really cool, great thing for some people to do.
For me, it's on my anti-bucket list.
So wait, but anti-bucket list, this is like for everyone, like, hey, listen, you don't need to do this?
No, this is your own.
Oh,
you make your own list, but that this person agreed with you, Steve.
Yeah. I just have no desire. It doesn't... indoor skydiving, fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I have no desire. It's not like I need to go do that to prove to myself anything. My wife has done it a couple of times, so she could jump out of a plane without a parachute and just float down anyway. She was like 110 pounds.
She'd be fine.
Yeah. So that's one for me.
I'll tell you something that I had absolutely no interest in, didn't care up until like maybe 5 years ago. So it was on my anti-bucket list. but now I'm like coming around and I think I want to visit, but it's somewhere to visit. I didn't care one bit about going to Paris or France.
Oh, really?
I was like that.
I'm with you.
I don't care. I don't need to see it. Doesn't matter to me. But now I think that was silly, and I don't know where that came from, and I think now I would love to go there.
Yeah, now I need to go back.
I went to Paris, and it didn't blow me away. Some people love it.
Did you see the Colosseum?
No, it's not there.
Did you see Great
Oh, I've had a totally wrong perception.
I went to the Louvre, and I went to the Père Lachaise, and the Red Light District, and Taj Mahal, and the Empire State Building.
Yeah.
No, I did do the
Liberty Bell.
Did you do the catacombs? Because I need to go back for the catacombs.
Well, did you do the dogophones?
We did the flutophone.
Okay.
All right, but wait, real quick. But you also visited London. We were there together. Like, you loved
I loved
Okay,
London.
all right.
And part of it's the language barrier too. You know, I mean,
Do you speak English?
In England? Yes, in London they do.
okay.
I was talking about Paris.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They do not. All right, so let me give you a couple on these lists, and feel free to jump in and add ones like Steve did if you want to. But number one on this list, I find kind of interesting. Says they want to avoid going through a divorce.
Well, no one goes into it going, well, I can't wait to get divorced.
Listen, I'm very excited at the potential for a divorce. I hope it's really acrimonious, and I hope I screw up a few children along the way.
Let me try and reframe it for you guys. Having been married once, I hope to never go through a divorce again.
Okay.
All right, how about this? I would rather put it as be in a bad relationship. Because I think, and follow me here for a second, that a divorce is not a bad thing. You guys have realized that
What are you saying?
This is not a good idea. No, that this is not a good idea.
Yeah.
And the old thought was you hang in there through thick and thin, no matter what, even if you're absolutely miserable. And that is a way outdated concept in my personal opinion.
You saying whatever we do, wherever we go, we're going to go through it together?
Together. You and I. Forever and ever.
Is this a song?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
But no, I would rather phrase that be in a bad relationship, be in a bad committed relationship.
I understand that. That to me is I don't. Yeah, it's a general thing that I think most people would look to avoid, as you said, like a divorce. But. And then there's the flip side of the coin, not a flip side of the coin, but a nuance to it, which is that you can always grow from those experiences.
Yes, that's true, too.
You can grow from a skydiving accident.
I was talking to a guy who had said something about, well, you know, these divorces happen left and right and this. And I go, well, that's not necessarily a bad thing. These people have realized that this is counterproductive. We should not be together. Let's split up. Yes, good idea.
That's
very
true.
good idea.
That's true, but it's still traumatic. And,
certainly, and you don't want that to happen.
Yeah, and the going through it and the things that happen afterwards and, you know, the PTSD and all of that's real and legit. And I have a great relationship with my ex-wife. I'm really, really lucky. But, man, the divorce part of it still sucks to this day.
Yeah, most definitely. All right, on this also anti-bucket list is going to credit card debt.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Pay off your credit card balance at the end of each month and sign up for the discounts and perks that go with it.
I've shared this before, but you know, my dad hammered into me financial responsibility, and especially when it came to credit card debt. I never have. Maybe once or twice I was a little bit late in like the full payment or whatever. But I had a friend in college, and he just threw his credit card bills into the trash, and he has been paying for it ever since. I mean, that was 20 some years ago. And he just looked at a credit card bill and was like, I don't want to pay this. If I throw it away, I don't have to.
My brothers and I get our financial responsibility from our father. My mom, my brother jokes that my mom thinks credit card bills are optional when they come in the mail.
Yeah.
But I did know somebody.
How does that happen? Was Janis Joplin good with money?
Yes. Well, you know, my dad was always like, my mom worked too. My dad was like the hard worker. Like he went to work every day. He was,
money means something. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Whereas my mom would be like, I'm going to get a job so we can like go shopping and get ice cream.
She'd take you out of school to go shopping.
She would tell me to stay home. Yeah.
Some people don't mind credit card debt because they feel like it allows them some financial freedom now, and so they look at it as like, you know, I'll pay for it later, and I'll handle it down the road. But to me, it's like almost a crippling anxiety attached to it.
So I know somebody whose credit card debt got out of hand, just out of control. She didn't know what to do. She just kept, and she had multiple credit cards and just, you know, tens of thousands of dollars on there, and she had to consolidate it. Now it killed her credit, but like in the end, I was like, wait a minute, what are you paying per month? And it was like, it wasn't, because it's not the total amount.
No.
And I couldn't believe it. I was like, you only have to pay that per month to pay all of that off. She had no credit and, can't have a house in her name.
It'll weigh you down. I mean, I accrued a fair amount of debt putting together, like I was doing imaging, radio imaging, getting equipment to do radio stuff. And we were able to work out of it. But I mean, it is it's a black hole. I mean, and it's just something but you hear about people like, Robert Townsend, who did his first movie, or Quentin Tarantino financing movies by maxing out credit cards and hoping that they hit. And it is, you might as well go to Vegas. Sometimes it works, and sometimes it does not.
This is an anti-bucket list, things you would like to avoid. Somebody texted, actually a few people texted in and said, anti-bucket list item, stealing a shop vac full of hornets.
Smart.
Mm-hmm. All right, here's one, and I agree with this sentiment. It says, learn how to do your own plumbing. And the description says, sometimes you need to hire a professional.
Yep.
You need to find a good dentist, a lawyer, and a great plumber.
Okay.
So maybe some things don't tackle yourself. But if you're prone to it, to learning how to fix things yourself, obviously it's a great skill to have.
Gas appliances.
Yeah, don't
Just
touch
hire
them.
somebody.
That and electrical stuff. So I am fortunate to, my brother-in-law John is incredible with all this stuff. So he'll come over and do it. I have dabbled, and I do enjoy doing a few home repair things, and I have done them. But again, I go back to the Clint Eastwood, Dirty Harry. A man's got to know his limitations. It's not for me. And rather than do the work, do it poorly, then call in someone to do it anyway, I avoid all that.
Anti-bucket list item says becoming addicted to blank, whatever it may be. You can fill in the blank. So it's everything from alcohol to gambling to...
You name it, I've been there, guys.
Social media, your cell phone, narcotics, whatever it is.
So I was thinking the other day about, listen, you have these addictive traits, these addictive personalities, and the substance or whatever it is just a symptom of the disease, right? You're really suffering from something else, and you take it out with alcohol or drugs or sex or gambling or whatever. And then I was thinking, I'm trying to lose weight, and I was thinking, man, I don't think I could ever become anorexic. And then I thought better of that, and I'm like, no, I
think I can do this.
Well, no, I mean, I think I'm just sort of predisposed to go balls to the wall, and
Are you anorexic?
No, but so because and
he likes to rub his balls.
In my dumb brain, I was like, no, I love food too much, right?
Yeah.
But that doesn't matter, right? Like when you're sick, and it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like I loved not being hungover, but that didn't stop me from drinking myself into, terrible hangovers. And
yeah, there's a difference between addictive actions or substances or things like that.
But I don't know if
and a hot dog from The Last Stand.
But I don't know if anorexia and any of the other issues,
bulimia,
are in the same ballpark.
Well, I'm sure there are common elements. I don't
really know.
Yeah.
It's a disease of sorts,
right?
So it may not be
There's
technically
a dysmorphia
addiction, but it's I'm not sure, Case. So anyhow, that's an anti-bucket list item. Another anti-bucket list item from this particular person says to be estranged from your parents or your kids.
Oh, that's a real bummer. When I hear people that don't
I don't understand
relationship. Yeah,
I don't understand it. I have a friend who hasn't spoken to his parents in years, maybe 20 years, something like that. And I'm like, they're still alive. You've got kids now that don't know them. Like, whatever it was,
it's nightmarish.
There
was one guy I knew, Tony Hitler. He was estranged from his parents, and he was fine.
Kathy, there can be like the obituary I read the other day from that guy that the daughter said was just not a nice person, and there are people who are that way to their kids.
Well, and I'll say I know the parents, so I know it's not a situation like that. Do you know what I mean? I know.
Okay.
I don't know exactly what happened between them, but it isn't anything that I think they can't get over, but they haven't. It's been 20 years, and neither of them have called each other.
Well, there can be years and years of microaggressions and judgments, and after a while, those things have weight to them.
Maybe a gift wrap shop vac full of hornets under the Christmas tree.
So unless you've walked in their shoes, it's hard to say, man.
And it's
you guys, you have great relationships with your parents and everything. I admire that. I've had.
You do too.
Yeah, but there are parts of it where I'm like, I don't. I'd rather not for a while. You know what I mean? So
that'd be a bit much.
What's that?
That'd be a bit much.
Yeah, that would be a bit much. But I mean, it's Some of it's complicated.
And a lot of times you think, that would never be me. And then you find out, that could be me.
Yeah.
There's something that sets you off. Yeah, so you can never say never.
Kath,
I just made that up.
Last night, my daughter came home. My daughters, they came home late. They had play rehearsal. And my daughters? My oldest, it was a really weird interaction. Because I was sitting in the back room. She was like, hey, Dad. And she's like, is Mom awake? And I'm like, yeah, she's upstairs. And then she left. And then she came back and she was like, all right, I'm going to bed. And I was like, is she mad at me? Like, what, and I was like, what's going on? Like, this is weird. This isn't,
Just
like,
tired.
Yeah, she was just tired. But, I am.
Would she like me better if I was anorexic?
But I don't want to have any sort of like strain. And that was only one day and one moment.
Yeah, like one little thing. Yeah.
But things like that have helped me learn. Like those issues I've had with some family members have made me go when there is some kind of strain between me and my kids, that I have the forethought to stop and go, hey, let's talk about this. I don't want to have this between us. Let's get this out in the open. And so that's helped me with my relationship for my kids. So I'm thankful for that. You know what I mean?
Do you ever tell them about the ant and the rubber tree plant?
Yeah, I need to tell that story.
Is that the high hopes thing?
Hey, kiddo. Hey, sad clown.
Hey, sad clown.
Wait, the parent-child relationship. Sorry if I'm going off on a tangent, but have you ever apologized to your kids?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I
like
apologized just a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I feel.
I'm sorry I'm such a good parent because you don't appreciate
You
it.
don't
I have
get
wasted
it, do you?
quality time in you creep.
No, like as a parent, you think that there's times where you think you're always right, and sometimes you'll go back and you think about it, and I'm like, even though he's younger, it's like I have to apologize. I was wrong in that situation. I shouldn't have yelled or whatever it was.
Yeah, I flat out said the other day, it was Caroline and I, and we were driving, and we had a misunderstanding in communication. Caroline got upset, and I said, hey, I'm sorry. And I go, I was wrong. I was wrong on that. I will make sure that doesn't happen again. And it made all the difference in the world.
Yeah.
Now get out.
It made all the difference in the world. So
No, it does.
if you can stop for a second and go, wait a minute. Oh, I wasn't right here.
Yeah.
Let me say that.
How are you going to ask them to do it if you can't do it?
Yeah.
Well,
right?
Exactly. Yeah.
All right. On this person's anti-bucket list, binge watch TV shows every night.
Oh.
Well.
Come on. It's the best part of my day.
Well, no, not every single
binge
night.
watch. So is that even possible? What are you going to binge watch an entire series every night?
Well,
There's a lot out there.
I'm watching Suits right now, and Suits is like 8 seasons and like 12 episodes a season.
You couldn't even watch it in one night.
But
though I did watch.
No, not the entire series.
but
I watched Daredevil.
I watched like 2 episodes.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's binge watching.
Yeah.
So, all right, here's another one, anti-bucket list thing you should avoid. Hang out with toxic people. Yeah.
Well, I was talking about that yesterday with my mom because my mom, unfortunately, yesterday went to her best friend's funeral, and then we were just talking about friends, and I said, man,
I like that, Joey.
No, I've chosen good friends.
Yeah.
And I'm proud of that. I'm proud of the people that I've chosen to surround myself with over the years. No, nothing toxic or anything like that. Now, my friends, on the other hand, they got the short end of the stick with this. But yeah, I'm happy with my friendship choices.
Yeah, that's nice. And I'm not being flippant when I say this, but some people get stuck in relationships with toxic people and or have to work with toxic people, and and that's they have no other
Kathy.
out. Yeah, well, Steve, I didn't want to say your name.
Come on.
I made a mistake. A lot of people don't know that. I reactivated Nick this morning.
Oh, it's just activities.
Come on.
Now he's in assassin mode, so I apologize.
No, I mean, like, you imagine going to a job where you just hate your coworkers
and you're
hate your boss,
trapped.
and you're trapped. You have a job, you need to pay the bills, etc.
Yeah. All right. Don't hang out with people who always complain and are cynical about life. They recommend. All right. This one says on their anti-bucket list, and listen, we all have our own, and feel free to jump in with something.
Mine's pretty innocuous, which is skydiving.
And this one is interesting. Have a collection. They never want to have a collection.
I'm going to tap out.
Their thinking is every once in a while you may think, I really like blank. Maybe I should collect those. Well, keep this in mind. Collections sometimes become burdens, and your kids may not want your collections after you die.
We don't.
Well, my cats have said they want what I have, which is great. I will tell you this: there is a joy, and that's why I watch Collector's Corner on MeTV. I do. I enjoy it. But the whole notion of the hunt and searching down that piece or that particular thing or that item that just like you, the joy you were experiencing going after that beloved childhood book that that meant something to you. To me, it's nostalgia. It's a tactile connection. Dr. Mike and I talk about this all the time about that sort of thing, and it's more the thrill of the hunt rather than the acquisition.
Just know that if you do have family members and kids, don't expect them to want that when you're done. That when you pass on, it's
wood
gone.
chipper
It may very well be gone. Yeah.
Oh, this might be too touchy.
My Hummels, throw them in the wood chipper.
Of a question right now, but what happened to the armoire?
It's still the plan is my dad wants me to hand it down to my kids.
Okay.
So that plan is.
Can you hand it down from a rooftop?
Have any of your kids? Do they know what it looks like? Have they expressed?
Is that what you and Caroline were fighting about? I don't want it.
No, it's half the size of this room. It's like
Why don't you sell it?
What's
No,
that?
he doesn't.
Sell it.
It's supposed to stay in the family.
It will. Somebody's family.
Someone's family. It is in
You just said the family.
That is the
Not
family
our
over there.
family.
That is the family who bought it.
So we'll see. All right, having a collection is one thing. Anti-bucket list: quit learning.
Stop learning.
Yeah.
What's with all the learning and knowledge?
They don't want to continue learning?
No. They don't want to.
They don't want to stop.
They don't want to stop learning.
Oh, I was thinking the other angle.
Anti-bucket
I'm done
list.
learning.
Yeah, forget this learning stuff.
There's two negatives in there, and it threw me off.
So it says, how
It
sad
ain't not no good.
how sad it would be to lose your curiosity about the world. Someone once said that when you quit learning, you die. That sounds about right. That's why kind of like
it was Cobra.
Mark Zumoff, when he said he was retiring, that he wanted to learn Spanish. I'm like, that's a great idea. I would like to do that too. And then we talked to Zoom about 2 months afterwards. He asked how the Spanish lessons are going. And I quit.
I think you should always remain curious. I always want to learn about things. I'm always fascinated about things that fascinate other people. Kathy, like with the arts and crafts and stuff like that. I'm fascinated by your interest in it. Preston, the golf case. I'll ask you occasionally about fish. Nick, about whatever, Pearl Jam or whatever you're into. And your life is a secret assassin. No, all of that stuff. I find that. Don't you always? Yeah. That's an exciting thing.
Most definitely. Kathy, this one's on the list. I have you in mind. I was gonna
Tonight at 7 o'clock. Tonight at 7 o'clock.
Uh-oh, Nick, you're being called. Those are the secret code words.
So this one says on the anti-bucket list, buy low-quality bedding.
So people want to do that?
No, you don't want to do that.
I know.
The whole freaking thing.
That happened in
That's the bucket
Why do
list?
people want to buy low-quality bedding?
That's not a bucket list. That's not a bucket list to buy expensive quality bedding. That's not.
They didn't say expensive quality.
All right, fine. Quality. It's not on someone's bucket list. So, how would that be on the anti-bucket list? That's stupid.
Preston, don't take offense. This is not your list.
It's not,
It's not your list.
Okay.
I brought it up with her in mind.
I just think
okay,
that's a
back
weird...
to the more heavy, serious ones.
She does make a point.
I
Who in
wanted
their
a
bucket
lighter
list
one thrown in
has
there.
bedding.
No, I understand that. Listen, I have quality bedding in my
It's always
house.
been my dream to own a monkey and quality bedding.
Here you go. The next one. Stop ignoring injustice in the world. How about that?
That's
There
a
you
broad
go.
thing.
Okay.
Well, that's stupid. What are you going to sleep on while you're doing that?
You are only one person, but we've seen throughout history that what one person can do when fighting against oppression, intolerance, and racism.
I want to fight you.
Those amazing people who fought for what was right did much more than post memes on Facebook.
It's true.
So on your anti-bucket list would be ignore injustice.
So stop learning and ignore injustice.
No, it's
can
the
we-
other way around.
Can we go back to the bedding for a second?
Yeah.
Now you got her thinking, Preston.
You did get me thinking.
All right, go ahead.
So I remember.
How many count?
I remember the point in my life where I was able to get something of a better quality. And
Better quality bedding?
Yeah,
or a better quality bed?
better quality bedding. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm here. I can do this because I would see it in friends' parents' houses and
You'd look through you'd have like a dirty face looking through the store window at the other people buying bedding.
No, but I'm just saying. Now that you say that, I actually remember getting it, and that was like I still
Was it a big
remember it.
thing?
I still remember it to this day. So I guess it was a bucket list for me to have.
How about that? You broke through the shell, Preston.
Not so funny now, is it?
No, not so stupid. I take that back. Preston, I'm sorry. I was wrong.
Wow.
We've all grown here.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Things are changing.
Here's another one on this anti-bucket list. Wait until the right time to travel.
Yes.
There is no right time to go on vacation. You can always find an excuse to not go somewhere. But if you wait until retirement to travel, you may have to contend with rotten knees and bad backs, or you may not make it at all.
Please heed this one, because it's been a dream of mine to visit the fine bedding stores of Europe. No, the whole concept of travel. My father recorded, as I've mentioned a couple times before, his life, and he's kept a journal throughout his life, and he recorded about 8-9 hours of him kind of going through his life to give to us, his sons, and to Sheila, his wife. And basically the whole gist of it is just to have the time capsules and pass along his wisdom. And at the end of the thing, the wrap up, he says, most important, travel. Travel while you can travel. Yeah. And see the world.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree more, Stephen. Not only do I want to travel as much as humanly possible and kind of whatever I can afford to do, I would like to do. I want to go to the places that I'm a little afraid to go to. And I have a friend who's in Egypt right now. And like, there are parts of, I don't know, the Middle East or whatever that might seem a little daunting. And I'm following her travels along on Instagram, and man, does it look cool. And in the back of my mind, I'm like, I never really thought I would want to go to Egypt. Now I want to go to Egypt.
I do want to go. To the pyramids and the whole, the Valley of the Kings and all that. I would be fascinated.
I want to go to the stands in Central Asia, like Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, and like these places that nobody's ever been to before, just because they're strange and they're odd, and I want to check them out.
I got an email this morning from a woman named Colleen, and she sent me her travel blog. She and her husband, they retired, and she said we moved from Denia, Spain. And she was listening to your fall activities, Kathy, by the way. Slowly moving east around the globe. We're finishing up our 9th month of traveling, currently staying in a homestay in Mirakulam, India. And she sent me all these pictures of them in Israel together, in Spain, and all these places around the world. So they're doing it. They're doing it.
And by the way, travel need not, we're doing it. Travel need not be a globe. You just go see different things.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, within the state, within our general area. Yeah, I'm looking
Next
at
time your neighbor leaves their house, go in and see what's in there.
They went to the Jordan Trail. They're in Egypt, Jerusalem, Tel Aviv,
Hamburger stand,
Italy, a bunch of places in Italy.
I prefer cheeseburgers.
Yeah, but Charlie's isn't around it.
No,
I think
Charlie's is around.
I think that's a great idea.
Oh, it's the Last Stand that's not
Last
around.
Stand's gone.
Okay. God rest his soul.
The Last Stand.
Okay. I'm getting it all wrong here.
All right.
Let me go to Derek wants to add one for the anti-bucket list. Hey, Derek, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Good. What's up, man?
Well, my anti-bucket list is staying in my hometown forever.
Yeah, okay. You want to move elsewhere?
Yeah, so, I mean, I lived in New Jersey growing up and then moved to Philadelphia, and I'm super grateful for that. And now I've started my own business and have seen every state except 4 at this point. I've been out of the country a bunch of times as well. So, I can all kind of attribute that to saying, hey, I'm leaving home and seeing what else is out there.
Okay. There is a certain joy on the other side of the coin. Now, I've never, I've lived in many different towns, and it's funny, that, and I'm glad that's my life has progressed that way. But there are people, and that live all their lives in the town that they were raised in, and there's a certain wonderful hometown feel that
there is,
and some people draw great resource from that. So I can go both ways. I would not change. I wouldn't want to still be living in East Northport. I would not want to be there. I want to. All my experiences of living in different areas has meant a lot to me.
We moved a bit when I was a kid, so I've lived in several different states and in different cultures in our own country. From the South to the Midwest to the Northeast. And so I think I have a pretty well-rounded look at the way people are in certain regions, you know what I mean, and the differences.
What do you like about West Coast girls?
Oh, it's so hip, the styles they wear.
Yeah.
And
who knocks you out when you're down there?
Well, the Southern girls really do, and but the the Midwest girls with the farmers' daughters.
Yeah.
They really make you feel all right. Yeah.
That was really good. I feel like we need to isolate that and keep that.
It's just
that was good.
Right in the heart of it. All right, so a couple of the other things, since Casey's giving me the wrap-up signal here, but I'll just rattle through these quickly. Let's see. Not stop to see the beauty in the world. So take a look around and be aware of what's going on.
Especially when you're driving.
Here's one that's on the anti-bucket list. Equate busyness with a productive life.
That's true.
Having a packed calendar does not mean that you have a productive, meaningful life. When a pandemic forces you to empty your schedule, you can suddenly see how unnecessary some of those meetings, gatherings, and activities were. Another one is here. This is huge. Ignore your health.
Yeah.
All right. You know that it is vital to move your body every day, but it's easy to find excuses not to. So make sure that you do that.
And your mental health.
And your mental health.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And
yes.
eat pork chops.
Mm-hmm. They're good.
What?
With applesauce.
How about pork chop sandwiches? Even
Pork chop
better.
sandwiches are the best.
And then this last one I'll mention is on the anti-bucket list, becoming irritated with the younger generation.
Oh, yeah.
You
like-
young whippersnappers,
I know.
you don't know the value of a good pork chop.
It'd be easier if they weren't so annoying.
Only they got pork chops.
What's with the pork chop sandwiches?
But that's easy to do. It says you're officially old and cranky if you find yourself complaining about younger generation's music, technology, attitude, or clothing. So be open to it. Maybe. These could be on your bucket list, but maybe they're not. Or your
In my day, we dropped acid.
anti-bucket list. All right.
And had unprotected sex.
By the way, Marissa's anti-bucket list, I don't ever want to have to change a tire in an emergency.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. But you need to know that skill.
No.
Although most cars now don't have spares.
Oh,
A lot of them don't have spares.
Mine doesn't, and I
Yeah.
got a flat tire on the way home from Cardboard Classic one year. Fortunately, my dad was with us, but even my dad, being, knows how to do everything, he was like, I don't know how to do this. We had to get, we had to call Infinity, get them on and it was like one of the ones that you basically fill the tire that's inside the flat tire.
Oh, like a run flat?
So, I don't know, but we had to fill something. It took forever. And yeah.
Okay.
Pork chop sandwiches.
Oh, have a pork chop sandwich and relax. All right, we do need to take a break. Is Novak here?
He's here.
Excellent.
All right.
We're going to have him in just a moment, but as we are taking a break, I would like to give something to you. We have movie passes for Saw X. And then, actually, when are we going to do that grand prize thing?
I don't know. Maybe Thursday.
Sometime this week, we have a
Maybe
chance
Friday.
to win some grand prize items, but we'll get to those details later on. In the meantime, we'll take callers number 15 and 16 at 215-263-WMMR. Get a pair of passes to see Saw X, the most disturbing installment of the Saw franchise yet. Explores the untold chapter of Jigsaw's most personal game, Saw X, only in theaters September 29th. 15 and 16, you get it. We're coming back with Brandon Novak. Stay with us.
In 92, it would have been fine. It would have been the time, I guess, around maybe the Prince of Tides.
Yeah, I mean, he's 51 at the time.
Yeah.
In 89, Sean Connery won it at age 59.
I have to poop.
Just a few
I
other.
have to poop now. So take your damn picture.
Take it now.
Take your picture now. I have to poop. He, I guess they were trying to show that an older guy could be.
Yeah, that was right when Last Crusade came out. And then Richard Gere won again in 99 at the age of 50, and Harrison Ford won in 98.
There you go.
At 56.
Stop thinking about that. It was one of the more poop. Take your picture. Got to poop.
Long story short, I'm a murderer. My son is really into fish and fish tanks, so we bought one. I got one for his birthday, which was back in September, and it took me a while to get it up and running. It's the first time I've ever owned
mentioning this. Yeah.
Fish tanks seem like a great idea.
They do, and I'm actually overall really happy with the purchase.
Right,
I have a friend named Cheryl who's been really helpful in guiding me through some of this stuff because I didn't know what I was doing.
Are there a lot of fish?
Initially, there were 4.
Okay.
Initially.
Well, Superman, Macro, ice cream, and a 4th one.
R.I.P.
No.
How big of a tank, by the way? How many gallons?
Like 29 gallons. So I went away this past weekend. I went up to North Central PA and came back, and Superman, who was the biggest of the fish, was dead.
Yep.
So, it sucked because I knew that I was going to have to make a decision, and that decision was, do I tell my son whether or not this fish has died?
Right.
And
is he super connected to it? Does he?
Well, it's his. I don't know. It's his fish tank. It's in his room. He picked out all the fish to go into the tank. Mm-hmm. So he's been very active in the decision-making process. He named all of them.
I would get attached to my fish. Like I would be sad when they would die.
Yeah, and they don't really have a ton of personality, but they have some, and then you sort of figure out which ones stay at the bottom and which ones come to the top.
Which ones never move.
Which ones never move.
And
which
just
ones
sit there on the bottom.
Which ones hide behind the little hut at the bottom of the thing.
Which ones decompose?
Which ones decompose? Which ones eat other ones?
Yeah.
So I took Superman out with the little net and put him in the toilet and flushed him down, and he went to fish heaven.
Yeah.
So this was over the weekend. It's now.
Where's that coming from? It's so damn loud. There we go. Okay. Go ahead.
So it's now Wednesday, and I have yet to tell my son. And so I don't know. Here's the quandary. Do I inform my son of what has happened with the fish and teach him the lessons of life and that death is a part of life and that we move on? Or do I just go out and get a replacement fish and pretend like it never happened?
I tell you what is an easy swap out is a turtle.
Yeah.
Those little turtles.
There's a great storyline in the movie My Blue Heaven. Joan Cusack accidentally knocks a turtle into the garbage disposal.
Well, speaking of the garbage disposal, about 2 years ago, actually it was a Christmas present. Santa brought Jace a betta fish, a pretty red betta fish. And I was cleaning out the nice vase that the betta fish lived in, and I put it in like a little cup, and that damn thing jumped out of the cup. I guess I filled it up too high and went into the sink, and Jace is sitting there. I remember he was eating lunch and he was sitting watching the whole thing, and I was like, "Oh, the fish!" And I was like, "Don't move, don't jump, don't flap anywhere," because he was in the sink.
Yes.
So I tried to cover him with my hand so he wouldn't go down the drain. Well, he did, and I freaked out, and I was like, "He's down there, he's still alive. What do I do? What do I do?" So, great idea. I turned the garbage disposal on.
Oh my God!
What am I gonna do?
What are you?
You're a
Oh my
murderer.
God! My child is trapped in the wood chipper. Turn it on!
Steve, and he is staring at me, watching the whole thing with these big eyes.
What could
I don't think he knew.
make you think that?
You can reach down in
I
there
did.
and get
I couldn't
it.
find him. I couldn't.
Oh,
find
you couldn't
him.
see him?
No.
Use a flashlight?
No, I couldn't find him. It was like, and it was so fast. Like I didn't. I was like, oh, I'll just turn the garbage disposal on, and I quick hit
What,
the
like to put it out of its misery?
Yeah, because he couldn't breathe.
Listen, at some point,
Can't breathe.
if you could not find it, because believe it or not, at the bottom of the garbage disposal, there is a ridge that goes, or at least in mine,
Yeah.
and if it got under there and you couldn't get it out, what are you going to let it suffocate?
Yeah. But it's a fish, right?
I know, yeah.
And is there water in that disposal?
No, it's dry down there.
Oh,
unless
okay.
you,
Then I misunderstand.
I didn't know what to do. Poor thing watched the whole thing. And
Quick, turn it on.
Quick, kill it! Kill it! Mommy wants you to kill it.
I didn't know what to do.
Jace, we're going to teach you a lesson now. You have to turn the garbage
No,
disposal on.
God, no. Stop it.
Kill it. Come on. Spartan mom.
Is that for Kathy?
Me? Are you kidding? Everyone here is freezing.
You guys all have coats on, don't you?
Yeah.
Look at all the ladies are all putting their coats on.
Has coats on.
I'm cold.
Then you should put a coat on, Kathy.
I have a coat and a blanket. You should wear a T-shirt if you're going to sweat constantly.
He doesn't sweat, though. His pits have been shut off.
Well, he's hot as hell. Take your jacket off.
Oh, and that's just
I put one on.
right?
You take yours off.
She said it. She said it. I knew it.
He's hot as hell.
Hot as hell.
You said it. There's a little.
Oh, no. I slipped.
There's a little struggle with the thermostat here in the studio this morning.
The main struggle is that it doesn't work at all.
Well, that's the problem. Casey complains
Well, it's not accurate.
that it's all the way up. It's like it's mental for him. He sees that it's all the way up. Meanwhile, it's still freezing in here. It does nothing to move it, and then he moves it down, and it becomes an icebox.
I think the thermostat was made in another country because cold is spelled cod and heat is hort.
Kathy, there is an official sign on the thermostat.
I know, but Casey, I
look at
can't
it,
take
read
it.
it.
Literally, when you walk in here and it feels like an icebox, that's ridiculous. I'll work with you, but it's an icebox.
It's only an icebox when you're in here.
No, that's not true. Look around. Everyone is bundled up because it's freezing.
She is making a point. They are bundled up. It's
cold.
What if you both made love?
Ew. Hell no.
Would that help?
Stick me in an icebox and let me die there.
Wow. So I'm taking that as a no.
By the way, do you call the refrigerator an icebox?
No.
Okay.
'Cause
the
some people-
refrigerator. I can handle refrigerator temperature. I can't handle icebox temperature.
Wow. Is your friend here? Is your
I want to
monthly friend
curse.
here?
I want to curse so bad. That's how effing cold it is in here.
Is your friend we call your friend Daredevil?
No,
Always.
not yet.
It's coming, isn't it?
Well, here's a question, and I mean, there you have needs. What if in space and long missions, if you're taking care of yourself, what does that look like? Right. I mean, because there seems to be a whole bunch of ports in that thing.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Something's got to fit.
This looks good.
I don't know.
This looks like Lisa Ann.
Somebody's had to have done that, right?
Of course.
To
All
bang
the people-
how in all the years and people up in space, you mean to tell me someone's never rubbed one out?
Yeah. No, I'm saying somebody's had to have done that, right?
Yeah.
Right.
They're on the space station for a year at
That's
a time.
actually what caused the Apollo 13 issue.
Right.
It wasn't, the mixture wasn't correct.
Oh, my God, we have a problem.
What did you do?
I mean, what about like
I didn't mix the fuel right.
what about like actual sex?
I don't know. Maybe they've done it.
There have been men and women up together.
There was a married
Many
couple that
times.
went
A
up.
married couple up together. So
Oh,
yes,
then,
there would have to
They
be.
did
That's the
it.
first
You
thing you
kidding
have
me?
to do.
Yeah.
Okay,
The
let's
50
get-
Mile High
yeah.
Club. You
But
kidding me?
I mean, if we're talking about serious long-term space travel, it's going to be a part of it, right? So, like, and eventually, if we're going to colonize on Mars, that has to be studied.
It's just not talked about.
Kathy,
There's
that
not
would be,
talk about it.
You would the hand you would consider with those huge space gloves.
Yeah, she wouldn't have to worry about it.
All right, okay. This is really big. I can do this.
A bigger hand doesn't make it better.
No, I mean talking about not getting any mess on you. Anyway,
Kathy uses Hulk hands at home.
But in order to do that, because you're in zero gravity and you're floating all over the place,
you'd
You'd
need some
have to
anchors.
secure yourself.
You'd have to have something to hang on to.
because they sleep basically.
One would be strapped down. Yeah, they tie you in.
Strapped
like a
to-
bag.
strapped to the
Yeah.
wall.
So they'd figure it out. I'll bet you if there was a married couple up there, it was
Listen.
part of their experiments because they're up there doing experiments all the time.
If they're doing poop and pee and all of these things that they're trying to
Yeah,
perfect,
come
that
on.
they're going to perfect what is a human necessity.
and I have to see video of this.
Various
Absolutely.
positions, I would imagine, right? To try and figure out which ones are the most.
We are attempting doggy style.
Yep.
Proceed with doggy style. We are having a little bit of issue here. We're going to take this outside the craft.
Odyssey, have you tried the cowgirl yet?
69. Tried the cowgirl yet? 69. In 3, 2, 1. We have achieved 69. Yeah, this is Houston. We got you, and everything's looking good. I would grab her ankles a little tighter in an effort to solidify head position in the appropriate groinal area. We got that.
All right.
NASA can reduce sex to completely mechanical.
Totally. Sex experiment.
Tell her she's a pretty girl. Tell her she's a very pretty girl.
Please welcome from The Last Witch Hunter, Elijah Wood and Rose Leslie to our program. Good morning, guys. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi there.
Good to see you.
All right, so you're in hyper promo mode for this. You're on tour and doing,
Hyper
promo mode because it's coming out.
Yeah, in fact, you guys are leaving.
Initiate hyper promo.
I like that. Yeah.
When did you get into Philly? And you guys are leaving later on this afternoon, correct?
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
We got in late last night. Well, not that late. No, we kind of landed around about 7.
Yeah, we landed.
Yeah, we didn't land. We definitely
No, the
didn't
train
land.
just
we
sort of
arrived.
like arrived to the station. We took a train
I
from
flew
New York.
in, but yeah.
Yeah, there you go. It's what you both got here is the essential point of the
Train
whole thing.
landings are very strange.
Well, let's talk about the movie a little bit, and then we're going to geek out on you guys because we're fans of a ton of your work.
Ah, cool.
But The Last Witch Hunter, so Vin Diesel is starring as this main character in this.
Yes.
And there are a lot, like I said, there are a lot of names. There are you two, and also
Michael Caine?
is in this
Right.
movie as well.
Yes.
But this is an original story. This is one that we haven't come across before. It's not coming from books or a franchise or anything along those lines.
Right.
So tell us a little bit about what the whole plot line of this film is.
Vin Diesel's character, he plays Calder, who is an 800-year-old immortal witch hunter.
Okay.
And he's basically keeping black magic at bay. So black magic is illegal.
Right.
And that would be the scourge for which would be a danger to humanity.
And they're good. You are a good witch. No, not in an
Not
Oz
in the
reference.
Glinda variety.
Yeah, you're not in the Glinda variety, but he.
Thanks, Kathy. Our next guest is in the studios promoting a book that is called The Streets of Baltimore, and you can get it at BrandonNovak.com, and I'm sure other locations as well. So let's please welcome Brandon Novak to our show.
Thank you for that warm introduction.
How you doing, man?
Never better. Never
Listen, you are a bit of an anomaly to me because I have heard, like many people have, I'm sure, stories about you for years and years and years and years. So Bam has been a close friend of the radio program since the very infantile days of Jackass. Casey used to be the producer of Bam's Sirius radio program. So he was in and around you and that crew quite a bit. So we would hear stories from him all the time of what he'd see or things that Bam had told him about you.
Yeah.
And you're always kind of just like this little specter to me.
Almost like a myth. Like, okay, we're lunatics, but then there's Brandon.
Yeah.
And look, so if you want to know how crazy it can get, and Preston's exactly right. That was our perception of you. And I was telling you before we went on air, I a while ago, Case, I'd seen the documentary about you and your turnaround. And I came in and I'm like, oh, mother of God, this is an unbelievable... Because I came into all that wealth of, legend and stories that we heard about the craziness. And then I was seeing a guy who was focused and had because we all have, my brother's, 20 years sober.
Sure,
plus, and it affects everyone. And then to see, and you understand why a lot of people just said, this guy's gone. This is not going to happen. This guy's too far gone. And then to see you turn it around the way we thought Steve-O was gone. This guy's gone, not coming back. And so it was an amazing thing. And then I just dove into a lot of the stuff pertaining to you because it does resonate. I don't know of anyone who is not touched by addiction, this monster across the country now, worse than ever. So your story is so pertinent. And as I said before we came on air, you are saving lives with your mission. It cannot, and the more you get the word out, because that sense of desperation, Case, you well know, is just the end of the road. And I said to these guys earlier, was it your 13th time in rehab that finally took?
Yeah, it was the 13th. And I remember after I went to that facility, Bam actually said to me after completing that, he said, what was different about 13 than 12 or 10 or 9? Did God talk to you or something? And I wanted to say yes, but he really couldn't see what I was trying to say. So I just, it takes what it takes until it takes. And who are you or I to say what it will be for it to take, right? A lot of things aligned: the pain, the maturity, the willingness, the open-mindedness, the optionless things. And if you kind of looked up any word in the English dictionary and added the word less to it, that's what I had become.
Yeah. Let me ask you a quick question, because that last time, were you there under your own volition or?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, and it had become
That's
my
a
idea,
huge
right?
step.
The demographic that we work with, and I opened my own treatment center and I work in this field now. As an addict or an alcoholic, all that means is that we're defiant by nature, we hate authority, and we refuse to conform because we possess this job that consists of knowing everything.
Yeah.
So when you suggest to us what we should do to save our lives, we suggest why you should F off, because we know. But when it becomes our idea, we excel at a rapid pace. So it's all kind of like presentation. So I always say I try to share my message in a form that people find so attractive, so appealing, and so desirable that they want to make love to it, for lack of better words. Because if they can want what I have so bad that they're willing to do whatever it takes to get it, then the terms of your contract will forever change. But it has to be your idea.
But what about somebody who's knocking on death's doorstep? That's what's coming next if they don't, and they're not ready to go to rehab or do whatever to help themselves.
That was you.
Yeah.
I was telling Preston before we went on, I think 4 times you were medevaced. You had OD'd.
Yeah.
4 times.
At the end of my run, my mother started getting on her knees and praying to God to either cure me, kill me or kill her because she could no longer take it anymore.
She'd gone through her money.
She had bought me a plot.
Yeah.
You know, I have a plot
She
to this
bought you
day
a
waiting
plot,
for me.
a funeral plot.
Like waiting for me, which is for sale right now. So if anyone's in the market, let's do this.
That's wonderful to hear that.
Oh man, but so you enter into this treatment program, and then subsequently you get involved in maybe some 12-step stuff.
Absolutely, that transformed for me everything, because what happened through the 12-step work that I did is I had a spiritual experience, and the definition of a spiritual experience is simply a psychic change, meaning that I today, Brandon Novak, with over 8 years sober, no longer look at things how I did with 30 days sober or still in active alcoholism.
Right.
Because as you were saying before I came on here, Casey, I heard you saying the drugs and alcohol are not the problem. They're the end result and actually the solution to the problem. The problem is the thinking, the attitude, and the behavior.
Right.
So until I work on the causes and conditions of what continues to take me back to a drink or a drug, it's simply going to be a wash, rinse, repeat, which it was for me for 20-some years.
Yeah. I'm sure looking back on it, a lot of the memories are fuzzy and hazy, but my guess is that when you look back on it, some of it was fun, right? And so at what point did it stop being fun? At what point did you recognize this high is just not great anymore?
By far, some of the best times of my life took place while being loaded and running with all the guys.
Yeah.
Wouldn't take it back for the life of me. But what happened with my story is it was basically a spring break for 15 years straight, and then it turned into like a hostage negotiation where I was no longer allowed to leave when I wanted to.
Yeah, and I have children, and my fear is that they follow in my footsteps or somebody else's footsteps, and I try and speak to them as blatantly as possible, right? I don't want to be as vague, but the truth is, at a certain point, your body starts calling the shots. Your brain is no longer capable of making the decisions because you're and when you start going through the withdrawal and stuff, it's like, I got to do anything and everything I can to not feel this way physically anymore, and that is to cop and use again.
That's what my life turned into, right? Like anything that attempted to stand between me and a drink or a drug had to go. And it was never personal. It was just business. Because deep down inside, I'm a really good guy. And I mean well, and I don't want to hurt people. But catch me on a day where I'm withdrawing from drugs and alcohol, and I have to do what it takes, it's going to happen.
Very candidly say that everything was on the table, and the only reason that murder wasn't part of it is because it never fit into the equation.
Exactly.
Like it could have gotten... You are very candid about you sold yourself, prostitution,
part,
yeah, all of that, down as low, and you keep mentioning, how could this happen to me? You were a champion level skater, a skateboarder. You were Tony Hawk's sort of a protege. You're signing big contracts with Gatorade. And so you're 15 at the time, right? And then your first, and I thought this is very touching, I guess it was your first time in rehab, an older black gentleman came to you. And what did he say to you, this gentleman who'd been through spent his life dealing with addiction?
At the ripe young age of 17, I had the pleasure of entering into my first treatment center in Baltimore, and they took me into this waiting room, and the waiting room was completely empty, and the woman asked for me to wait, and she'd be right back. And out of nowhere, this older black gentleman walked in. He came up to me and he said, "White boy, what are you doing here?" I said, "Heroin." He said, "How old are you?" I said, 17. He said, "Do yourself a favor and don't turn 18 in a place like this." And as quick as he came, he left. He nor I had no idea the significance of that simple conversation was ever going to have on my life. Now, at the time, I entered into that treatment center to simply prove a point why I was not you nut jobs, nor will I ever be.
Right, this isn't me.
Yeah, you caught me at a bad time on a bad way and a bad day. Overreaction at best.
Right.
Tomorrow is going to be different, and I mean what I say. And what I could tell you about that gentleman is, where the 4 teeth were placed in his mouth, because at the time I had all mine. He's black, I'm white, 70 to 75, 17. He's homeless. I live with my mother and my girl. Right. Looking at the differences, not the similarities, comparing out, because I don't belong. And what I can't tell you about that place is my therapist's name, the relapse prevention packet they're shoving down my throat, the healthy and unhealthy boundaries they're trying to instill in me. Because if I can tell you about those things, that means I can relate to being one of you, and I want no part. And I leave that treatment center, and I don't turn 18 in a place like that. And that foolish old man, how dare he think that he could predict my future? But here was the hit. I ended up turning 19, 22, 23, 25, 26, 27, 29, 32, 34, 35, 38, 39 in a jail or a treatment center. And every year I'd sit in the facility and I'd think back to that older gentleman and say, maybe if I would have listened to him with an open mind and open heart, I would not continuously find myself here.
Isn't it wild how that, with all you've been through, and it is an incredible story, that one moment, where someone showed a kindness to you and you weren't ready to accept it.
And that's life, right? Live forward and learn backwards.
Yeah.
And basically what my life looks like is I got to where I'm at today through process of elimination, but backwards. The last thing I tried was the first thing that worked. And looking back, all I did for the better part of 22 years was rearrange the furniture on the Titanic. And then ultimately my ship just sank, and I came to the realization that the drugs aren't the problem. I'm the common denominator in every problem. And maybe if I get out of my way and reach out to someone like Casey, who's coming up on 13 years, he might be able to guide me into a better direction. But that all came as a direct result of the pain.
As far as getting in recovery, because I've talked to people who've done it before, one of the common refrains is they'll go in, they'll be in these meetings, they'll see these other people and go, man, I'm not as messed up as these people are. Is that something that is can you keep doing that? You know, keep looking around going, these people are the problem. It's not me. I got it under control here.
I talk about that when I go give talks, and because I'll sit in a room and I'll share my story, and I'm very upfront, graphic, descriptive, and talk about the prostitution and the things that the majority of America would never take part in to secure another drink or a drug. And I was that guy that would sit in those rooms and say, thank God that man's figured it out, but that can't be me. That won't be me. My mother's a nuclear physicist. My brother's an attorney in the White House. Like, I'm a pretty intelligent guy.
Your dad was
an addict. He died of a crack addiction. And what I tell the people listening to my talks is that please don't miss this. My story was not my story either in the beginning. Yeah. Right? If you were going to call me a treatment center number 1, 4, 6, 8, 10, you wouldn't have got what you get with 13 in. Lost count of outpatients and detoxes. And,
It's amazing. And then, I think of all the people, and again, so many people dealing with this now, staggering amounts, and your heart aches for them. And I think hearing your story, let me ask you.
Please.
Would Brandon Novak at 16 or 17 listen to today's Brandon Novak, and would you have had any impact on younger you?
I don't want to sound egotistical or favorable to this answer because I'm asking you if I would listen to me, and I love me.
That's a good point.
But in my mind, I think that I would, because I'm not coming from this, controlative figure of a professor. I'm a guy who's been around the block a lot of times and who's failed so many times, kind of covered in tattoos, an edgy thing that seems pretty appealing to me, who I'd buy into what I was selling.
Okay. But it's hard. Listen, and as somebody who's, I like to drink.
Sure.
It's fun. You know what I mean? And maybe a 16 or 17-year-old sees it as that and doesn't have the capabilities to hear, that, listen, you're showing the clear signs that this is going to be a problem. But to them, it's just a good time. You know what I mean? It's got to be hard to get past that.
My question to people like that is, what within you makes you feel like you need to have a drink to change your external situation or how you feel about it? Like there's a deeper issue within that makes you feel like you need to have a drink or a drug to feel part of or better than society.
And some of that is some of the things we see. You go to a sporting event, hey, we drink. It's what we do. You know what I mean?
No doubt.
And we're kind of trained in that regard. And there are times when I've been at places where I'm like, well, all right, I'm going to get a drink because what you do, I'm like, I really don't feel like having a drink. I'm having one anyway. What am I doing?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's
absolutely.
a weird societal norm,
Brandon, I have a cousin, and I've known her my whole life. She's the youngest in the family, and she's not the person now that she was. She's an addict, and her older sisters, my other cousins, have all but given up on her. And I guess I'm a bit removed from it, so I'm an optimist and think there's somebody there still, right? And there is still hope. You have seen this far more often than I have. Have you encountered situations where you think, man, this is all but hopeless? Or are you always looking at somebody and think, you know what, maybe we can get to them. Maybe we can help them.
Again, Casey and I were just talking about this out in the green room. I believe in miracles because we are miracles. Anyone that's sober today. Because here's the truth. Statistics state, theoretical evidence dictates that Casey are to be high, drunk, or dead right now. So that's those cold hard numbers, the analytics that state that we're losing this war against addiction and alcoholism.
Right.
Two living evidences that we're not. So it's a case by case situational deal. I believe that boundaries have to be set. I was the kind of alcoholic that if you told me you love me, that equated to $10. I had you. You know, so my loved ones had to create this distance, and rightfully so.
You were. I mean, you talk about your mother, you know, and about how she, again, a brilliant woman. That desperate. I think she was talking to a priest when she said, I pray for this or that, or either I die or he dies, or however it works out. And you know, you're to the point where you're stealing Christmas gifts and you're doing all of this. Again, I think anybody, and you hope that when you see your story, when you were a young man, you were a millionaire a number of times over, right? I mean,
I'd put a lot of money into my body via a needle. You know, I never really kept tabs of what the count went up to, but any dollar I got went into my arm.
And you make the point, you checked into rehab, you had a couple of scarves.
Yeah.
A deodorant?
So this is what my resume stated walking to my 13th inpatient treatment center. My mother, who I love more than anything in this world, she had bought me a plot. She had taken a restraining order out against me. She had bought me a life insurance policy. She had served me the restraining. I wasn't allowed to go to that. She prayed for my death at 38. Walked into my 13th treatment center, and everything that I owned in this world consisted of 8 scarves, 2 jackets, 3 socks, a stick of deodorant. It fit into this bag that doubles my pillow, a needle, a spoon, and a restraining order. And I was the kind of alcoholic that just wanted to kill himself on a daily basis, but I was terrified to hurt myself in the process.
Right.
And I walked in there, and I you know, what I did finally was I stopped talking, right? Because my words held no more weight. People didn't care what I had to say, rightfully so. And I just stopped selling these dreams, hence the title of my first book, Dream Seller. That's kind of how I lived for years, is I sold these false realities. And I stopped talking, and for the first time, I let my walk do my talk. And what I realized, right, life, live forward, learn backwards, that alcohol and drug, not my problem. It's the solution. The problem is the thinking, the attitude, and the behaviors. So letting my walk do my talk, my behavior started to change. I wasn't calling people and saying, this is how great I'm doing. I'm going to start this business. I'm going into this work. And I just started to show up. I started to be a friend to my friends, a son to my mother, without asking for anything in return. And then what I learned is, it is impossible. It defies logic for us to use the very same brain to think us into this situation and turn around and think us out of it.
Right.
So what I had to do was just get good mentors, surround myself with like-minded people who really had my best interest at heart, and follow their suggestions. And in doing so, my behavior started to change. And I just brought the body. I brought the body. And then one day my mind followed.
One of those people was...
I dumbed my way into it, legit.
Yeah, Preston, go ahead.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in, it's Brandon Novak. His latest book is called The Streets of Baltimore, but also you have Novak's house, Recovery Residence. That was in 2020. Where is Novak's house?
That's in Wilmington, Delaware.
Okay.
I really bought into what my mentors and my predecessors said, and they would say things like, in order to keep what you have to give it away. And I'd lived in a sober living house after I resided in treatment for 90 days. And I thought to myself, when I was financially capable one day, I was going to recreate that. And I opened up my first house, Novak's house in Wilmington, Delaware, 2.5 years ago. 1 house, 10 beds. Today we have 6 houses and 60 beds. And what I do is I travel the world to raise money to provide scholarships for any man in need of a bed, as long as we have one.
Yeah, to do that. Wow.
With that, I have a text, and I want to read this to you if you want to answer it. As not or not, it's up to you. It says, I want to stay anonymous, but I'm the mother. I'm a mother and grandmother, and I have been off of heroin for 10 years, but now I'm addicted to Suboxones, which I don't know what that is.
It's like methadone, right?
Yeah, it's a form of medication-assisted treatment.
And she says, and they have no clue. And I want off so bad and have tried, but can't do it on my own. Do you have any suggestions? I'm getting to the point where I'm so lost with this.
The only time we fail is when we quit trying to quit, right? So I suggest that you reach out to some form of medical professional, a detox, so they can wean you off of the Suboxone. And then go to some 12-step meetings and share about this.
Can you keep that quiet from the family and do that type of thing?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Is that a good idea to keep it quiet and not share with the family?
It's such a case by. For me to say yes or no is just not the right thing to do, because I don't know her particular situation.
Right.
And then they'll be like, "Oh, you're a liar. You got me fired, and my husband left me." And I'm like, "No, I'm a single guy. I don't know anything about relationships. Like, I didn't mean that. I just said you should not do this."
I just have to say, I can't believe that this is the same person. I mean, I know it's not the same person, but you are just completely different. And I didn't know you well. I just knew you from what the public knew. But like, I remember, them when Casey would tell us that, he got sober, he did these things, and I remember. I think I asked. I was like, "Are you talking about Novak from like the BAM crew? Is that what we're talking about? I can't believe you look healthy, you speak well, like you have
everything I wasn't before. Thank you.
No, you could always
You're too kind.
You always spoke well. You were the dream seller.
Yeah,
you know?
My life and more so addiction relied on that.
Yeah. Is that a critical problem though? Because and that's. And you talked about being able to sell the "I'm doing great, I'm doing this," and he says, and he's very convincing.
Yeah.
Was that a double-edged sword? Because it's also a curse. Because people have always said that people who are practiced addicts or alcoholics know how to slalom.
Yeah, I'm well versed in that world, and what it did was just prolong my inevitable. Yeah. Right? They say procrastination's like masturbation. You only F yourself, and I'm really good at doing that.
It's true.
So,
yeah.
Is it out of line to ask about our friend who we've seen publicly battling his demons, Bam? I mean, we got word that at least to TMZ that he's a month in sober now.
Yeah.
Seems to be going in the right direction. We have for the past, I don't know, a couple of years now, seen these signs popping up regularly, and here we are sitting here going, man, we're watching this guy fall apart. I mean, more so than ever.
Sure. Rightfully so. I mean, I think a lot of people felt that way. And here's the deal. In this world of recovery and harm reduction, there's no margin for error, yet it's impossible to do perfect.
Yeah.
Right? So I honestly know probably as much about it as you guys do, because we haven't had too much communication. But right now, I'm very hopeful, and I'm pretty proud of him. He seems to have celebrated 30 days. He seems to be sober. This is what he's saying. I have no reason to think he's lying. I don't have time to look into it.
Right.
But right now, I'm really proud of him, and I know that if he continues on this journey of remaining sober, his life will become the best comeback story anyone's ever heard.
Well, Bam is sort of instrumental in saving your life.
If he didn't extend the opportunity to bring me out of Baltimore, I would be in that plot that my mother bought me.
Right. And
I love him to death.
And you guys were, and then Bam was also part of the Steve-O reclamation.
Yeah.
And so, and then here he is with his situation. You spend enough time with the person. I'm not going to say we're blood brothers or anything, but enough encounters and hanging out, and always been very supportive of the show, and always been very kind to he and his family. And so you want only the best,
Absolutely.
So we're encouraged by what we see.
Yes.
So you guys aren't in communication.
No, not at the moment. That very well may change, but I think for a little while we were just doing two different things in life, and our interest had changed at that moment.
Right.
How's your relationship with your mom nowadays?
I always tell people, if you plan on staying sober, be careful what you ask for. Right? My mother, who I love more than anything in this world, I have to drive down there later today to get her in the shower and then take her to the dentist. It's like, I'm a busy guy. I have a lot to do. I'm flying to St. Louis tomorrow to be the keynote speaker for the DEA. The DEA now has hired and pays me to be a keynote speaker at their summits.
You're going to Preston's hometown there.
St. Louis. Yeah.
Crazy, but maybe it's effective. I mean, like the DEA.
Well, that's the DEA said we can't arrest our way out of this.
Right.
We need a different approach that, God willing, brings a better outcome. So they've reached out to someone such as myself. This is pretty troubling.
What do you talk to them about?
Well, I just kind of give them my talk. It was so crazy. I was at we did it in Hollywood recently, and I was with Jack Osborne and Dr. Drew.
Yeah.
And we're backstage, and this woman, kind of like you, very similar to you, comes back, and I say hi to her, and they have all these donuts, kind of like a parody of, just a plethora of donuts, like cops of donuts. And so after she leaves from me from saying hi, the guys next to me said, "You know who she is?" I said, "No." He said, "She is responsible for bringing down the biggest drug dealer of the century that makes Pablo Escobar look like chump change." And I never would. It's just a regular petite little woman. I'm like, this is pretty heavy.
I can't imagine what your mom must have gone through for 20 years years or however long it lasted, and for you and she to have a decent relationship now is impressive. Has she forgiven you? And do you have any advice for parents who are parents of addicts? How because you have to create boundaries, right? You have to protect yourself at some point, but
That's
you also
key.
you never want to stop being a parent. You always are going to love your child. It's got to be such an incredibly challenging balance.
I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. Parents get the worst end of the deal because it's like they become an addict or an alcoholic and suffer all the repercussions of an addict or an alcoholic, but they don't have the pleasure of using the drink or the drug to escape from reality.
Yeah.
So they're just like in it for the worst reasons. What I do, and again, I don't come here to proclaim that I have the answers and I'm speaking from the top of this mountain. I just have my experience. My experience states that
That's all you can have.
That's it.
That's all you can
22 years of active addiction and treatment. So what worked for me was when my parents decided that they would no longer love me to death, literally. So they created these boundaries and they stuck to them and they loved me from a distance and they would not entertain my BS unless it consisted of me saying, I'm ready for help.
Yeah. And so what you're doing just by existing soberly is giving other people out there the strength, right? Because we go into these programs on our knees and we don't have the strength and we don't have the love for ourselves. So you go and you find somebody that is going to love you until you can learn to love yourself and love you unconditionally. And then also you can draw on the strength. And I know that's what I did. It's like, okay, this person is doing it, and if they can do it, then I can do it. So I want to ask also about your book, The Streets of Baltimore, because Dream Seller is what you had written years and years ago. Yeah. While maybe you were sober at the time, you were trying to get sober, and then you had relapsed, and then you had a story after that. But now, what is The Streets of Baltimore? Because Baltimore was, I don't know if it still is. It was the heroin capital of the world or of the United States. And that's where you came up. So what's this book about?
This book kind of the cool thing is you don't have to read the books in chronological order, right? You can kind of pick up with this one before Dream Seller. And it just talks about, it brings my father into play. I couldn't write about my father in Dream Seller because at the time he was a crack addict and we had parted ways, and he said that if I wrote about him, he was going to sue me for a lot of money. So he passed away, so that obviously opened up those doors to allow me to write about him. And so I really brought you into the family dynamics, but more importantly about the time of being brought into Viva La Bam and Jackass and Bam affording me this amazing life-changing opportunity that I'll forever be grateful for. But literally throughout all of that, underliningly knowing that it was only a matter of time before I burnt this bridge to the ground because my addiction was so much more powerful that I knew that I could not do what was expected or required in order to keep this another beautiful opportunity.
You phrased it saying that it's not what you lost, it's what you gave away.
Literally.
It's what you gave away.
I could take you to the street corner where I happily gave it to the fellas.
Crazy.
On a much lighter note, Casey, was it Novak that you saw pee in the litter box?
No, no, that was Steve-O and Bam.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, but like
to that point, I mean, when you're supposed to be the guy who's doing the crazy things. Does that figure into your thing as well? Where you're
does.
Because you're like, I got to be the crazy guy.
Yeah.
So I'm going to keep doing this because what if I stop doing this and I'm not the crazy guy that they really
This is
like?
why people love me.
Well, the scales of justice were very easy for me to determine, right? Because prior to Bam giving me this opportunity, I'm homeless. I'm in Baltimore. I stand on the corner and prostitute my body to get money to buy heroin. Now all of a sudden I'm afforded this golden ticket, if you will, to come live at Bam's house, be on a TV show, and do these insane stunts. So at the time when I was there, cocaine and alcohol was pretty acceptable because it was so social thing. But I wasn't allowed to do opiates of any sort because I'd fall asleep, I'd steal your wallet, I'd disappear for a few days. So, what was great was I would do these stunts that no one wanted to do. I would get some recognition. I would get some screen time. I would get a paycheck. And on a good day, I'd break my bones doing the stunt. They'd take me to the hospital.
Give you medication.
I'd get medication.
Wow.
Justifiable, free high, and everyone was okay with it. So it was dude, the scales of justice were like, bring it on. You want me to put this up my butt? How many? Let's do 10.
Wow.
Whatever. I was literally down for anything.
Yeah.
You mentioned the disappearing for a few days, and that's pretty standard for people who are deeply in addiction. Can you share, maybe where you went on occasion? Was it just being with other addicts, finding a place where they somebody had a place where you could just stay for a couple days and get high?
To put in perspective of how I lived my life for a long time, my second ex-fiance, because they always had a pattern of getting between me and drugs, and they had to go. Right?
Yeah.
But my second one, and I thought this was a great idea, she said, let's get tattooed on you. If found, please call with her number. Wow. And I thought it was an amazing idea. That's how disconnected from reality I was. So I would go out with the intention of, just getting one bag of heroin and making back to, before Bam even noticed I was gone, and he would always talk about this, getting arrested in Baltimore, ending up in jail for a few days, and being gone for a week and coming back and saying, well, I just had to go back to get my favorite pair of jeans. And I really thought that made sense.
Wow.
Yeah. And I think it's telling, too, when you came back, you're talking about when your band made the offer, you came back, you came to Philly and you head to Kensington, and you scored heroin. It's horrible that footage, around the world, it's known as the zombie streets. And it's all those... You think of the most tragic thing when you see the picture of a baby or a young kid with the world ahead of them and all the potential and promise, and no one ever says, "Boy, I hope I'm a destitute junkie." Yeah. And so there's, but you always like to think that little kid or that promise is still in there and can be found again. And so when people think, again, just to remind anyone who might be listening to this, here's a story that seemed like it was absolutely, funeral plot purchased and everything. Yeah. And here's a book, and there are a number of books you should probably read, and there's a story to be learned that could help you. You are not without hope.
The script was written with my story, and I believe perspective and perception is everything. So I've been blessed with the ability to be pretty upfront and in the social spotlight with my disease of addiction for many years. So what I've done is been afforded the ability to turn those defects into my assets and use this platform that I built prior to sobriety to now show the life that I live that doesn't consist of drinks or drugs, and let people know that if they want help, they can call me directly, and I will help them throughout their process in finding recovery.
And you always give your phone number out. What's that number?
610-314-6747.
People
call me.
Do they? And I'll ask you to say it again, but do people call it?
Nonstop.
Okay. Yeah.
Nonstop.
Number again?
610-314-6747. And we will do the best that we can to get you the help that you need. And they use my story, and they're like, that guy was destined to die with a needle in his arm. To now with over 8 years sober, and I absolutely love it. I always say sobriety has given me everything that drugs and alcohol ever promised me, and I have no desire. I don't feel like I'm missing anything by abstaining from drinks or drugs.
Wow, amazing story. If people do want to get a hold of you for booking sessions, I'm sure people listening right now, because you speak to high schools, you speak to all different kinds of organizations. BrandonNovak.com. You can book through that. I highly recommend it. And the book is The Streets of Baltimore. Don't forget about Novak House, Wilmington, Delaware. So,
and the new facility that I just opened up, Redemption Addiction Treatment Center, also in Wilmington, Delaware. Okay. So I run groups there every day. I work with clients. It's an inpatient treatment center.
You're an amazing person. It is great to have you on to spread your message. It's clearly our text messages are there are a lot of people being affected in a positive way by all this. So you're doing great, man.
I love you guys, Casey. Much different from how we used to conduct business. Usually I'm making different lines. He's trying to hold things together, and things are going down.
Man, congrats on everything, Brandon.
Hey, I love you. Thank you.
Brandon Novak,
thanks so much. This was great.
Wow. All right. With that, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. Don't forget Crumb Bum Cash coming up in 5 minutes. We'll be right back.
Do so, but you prove an ally to him, and you, Elijah, are an ally because you are. How's it pronounced? It's a Dolan.
A Dolan, yeah.
Right, not as in Mickey Dolenz, but in. But
wait, isn't that? Don't they do deliveries at home?
That's a doula.
That's a doula.
A doula.
Yeah. But you are. There's an order of priests, correct?
Yes, correct.
That provide protection to these. To this immortal character that Vin Diesel is playing.
Indeed, yeah.
Calder.
So basically, Dolans are priests in a long line of priests tasked with serving Calder, the witch hunter, and basically aiding in the background of his effort.
Are you, obviously, Preston's been geeking out about Game of Thrones.
Okay.
And I know, Elijah, you are a big Game of Thrones fan.
Huge Game of Thrones
Was that
fan.
a detraction while making The Last Witch Hunter? That
That Rose was going to be in the film? Yes, it was.
Totally, right?
It really was, yeah.
Yeah, I'd read the book. books, and
I'm such a nerd for it. I flew to Belfast once, and as I was landing at Belfast Airport, I literally was humming the theme song. That's how much of a wow.
Yeah,
wow.
I read
going to the land of Game of Thrones.
Reading the books, I love the character Ygritte in the book, and then they eventually presented you in the show, and I'm like, oh my god, they hit it spot on. She's a badass. You're sexy and at the same time, and where now for your guys' scenes? Obviously, you're north of the wall. Where was that? Was that in Iceland or?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So we shot in Iceland, and I think for those three seasons that I were in, we were there for like a solid 4 weeks, and it was amazing. I mean, we were shooting in ridiculous temperatures, though, something like -18, where we, like, as a crew, we were getting paranoid that the lens would start freezing over, and then we wouldn't be able to shoot. And particularly in the kind of winter months, I mean, we had four hours a day of work, so we kind of like. We worked from 10 till 2, and then we just carried on drinking.
Let me tell you, it's funny because Preston is unsure as to which of you to geek out more on, but Rose, you take the
baton on that one.
Yes, on this one.
Big time, man.
I was going to geek out about Elijah.
Do it. Go ahead.
No.
I mean, I just the whole series, the Game of Thrones series, has been. Man, you got to wait too damn long.
That's the only problem.
For the next.
I always dread the finale every season.
Too.
Every season. I'm like, please, I just don't want to watch it because I know that I'm going to have that inevitable feeling of something won't have been tied up, something will be teased, and I have to wait a damn year for it.
Well, you look at something as Herculean as the Lord of the Rings trilogy, but every Christmas season, it was a new one was coming out.
Yes.
Let's get it together, folks. This may be just wiki BS, and I didn't realize this as I was looking. But Elijah, were you in the Forever Your Girl, Paul Abdul video?
Yeah, that was the first job I had as an actor.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's wild. See, that ruined me for all other videos because I can't.
Where is this? I want to see it.
It's on YouTube like everything else.
And you can tell it's you.
Yeah.
That's a good song, man.
All right.
It was directed by David Fincher before he started making movies. There it is.
David Fincher directed
Oh, wow. Look at that. You can just pull it up on the television.
Oh, we're pulling up a video. I don't know at what point in the video he.
Where's Elijah?
He was a girl.
There he is.
Oh, you played a cute little girl with pigtails.
That's not me.
Someone was also texting it, and that you were in Back to the Future 2.
Correct.
Well.
Yeah, that was the first job out on a film.
A film, yeah.
That's me.
Well, I know.
There he is.
That's me. Yeah,
Did you just break a pencil?
I did. I was,
Wait.
Stressed out.
What are you feeling?
It's the stress of daycare, correct?
Just so stressed. Look, he's yearning for his lost love. Yeah.
By the way, Steve, last time Elijah was here so long ago, we were both 200 pounds heavier.
You guys were fat and I was skinny.
Casey was skinny and we were fat.
And I was sick that day. I was so mad. I wasn't here when Elijah was in, and we've had 3 out of the 4 Hobbits in studio, and I missed Elijah's
Who else have you had?
We've had Sean Astin a couple of times, and oh man,
Billy,
not Dominic Monaghan, but yeah, the
Billy
guy.
Boyd.
Billy Boyd.
Billy Boyd. Yeah, his band performed in here.
Amazing.
Yes.
So cool.
And he's Scottish.
He is.
Oh my God.
I think he was from Glasgow.
He's from Glasgow.
Yeah, he's from Glasgow.
That's right.
Thank you guys for being here.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Let's hear it for him, guys.
Yeah.
Excellent. We'll take a break. Back in a moment. Stay there. It's a hidden camera left in a forest to take pictures of animals in the wild. Captured pictures of a naked man who believed that he was a tiger after taking LSD.
I'm a tiger. Look at this. Grow.
The man only identified
I'm
as
a wild tiger.
The man only identified as Marek from the Czech Republic took the drug to try and treat his depression.
I'm Merrick the tiger. Growl.
But after taking LSD, he then ran off into the Polish forest, stripped naked, and started behaving like a tiger.
I must leave you now and return to the world of tigers.
Later, foresters look back
But
at
I hope my message of peace lives on.
They look back at the footage to try and see if they had captured any wild animals on camera, but after watching footage of the man...
Oh, this is a straight up the ass shot this camera got.
Oh, yeah, he's totally naked.
Yeah.
He handed...
That's the brown eye of the tiger.
Yeah.
It's the brown eye of the tiger. It's the thrill of the fight. They handed the picture straight over to the police, who later apprehended Merrick. The 21-year-old then confessed to police that he had taken LSD.
I'm a tiger. I'm a tiger. I'm a tiger. Running around. Tiger round. I'm a tiger. I am high.
He told then the. He said it started to work immediately and that he felt he had become a Siberian tiger.
Wow, that's a cool one to go for.
He told police that it was then that his true personality had woken up and that he had always connected with the animal.
Amazing.
He added that while being high on the drug, he picked up a scent and felt compelled to follow it. In 8 hours, he is believed to have traveled 15 and a half miles along the Czech-Polish border.
Not bad.
He's hauling ass.
Yeah.
But because the man did not have any drugs with him, he was only fined and will not face any further charges. So,
I mean, come on.
Yeah, this
Dude,
picture.
pull it down.
All right, I did notice something else. I noticed
More to be noticed.
I noticed this handwritten piece of paper.
He noticed a handwritten piece of paper.
This is the audio of Kathy from earlier this morning. Did she say bitted or not? She was talking about a woman that bit someone's finger.
All right.
Casey and I thought we heard bitted.
I might have heard bitted as well.
And she says it wasn't, but
she
and
couldn't have
texters have gone either way on this too.
Okay.
So it's nope.
Let's see.
She heard bit, and yes, I heard bit.
Well, I tell you what, if Kathy's right, passes to the movie on Wednesday night.
Okay, to who?
To Rogue One, to Kathy.
No, I mean to give to Kathy.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. What were you saying?
There's a
Wow,
possibility
thank you.
there's a possibility that she said bit it, but I think she said bitted it.
Then I'm going to go with bit it.
I'm going with bitted it.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Remember, there was also another woman who bit a woman's finger off.
Bitted a woman.
Bitted a woman's finger off. You heard it.
Wait, play it again.
All right, here we go.
Remember, there was also another woman who bit a woman's finger off.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, audio proof that Kathy said bitted.
No, I didn't.
Can I hear? I want to go in.
Hold on, yeah.
Marissa is
Hold on
she
here.
edited
Another woman who.
What?
You ready?
Yeah.
In slow mo.
Okay.
Bitted a woman's finger off.
Play it from the beginning, slow like that.
That's exactly what happened. I was there and the woman bitted the other woman's finger off. Did I tell you I was a cheerleader?
How about your winter activities?
My winter activities, I had to not do a few of them during the camp out. I nearly bitted my fingernails off, worrying about it.
Worrying about it.
Okay. All right, play it, Casey. Slow. All right.
Remember, there was also another woman who bitted a woman's finger off. Wait a second. That was all. Is that you?
What I said was bit it.
When are we going to do our wine club again? Where we get together and watch that Nick Lachey show.
Listen, what I said was bit it a woman's finger off.
Like I like it, that song.
Bit it a woman's finger off.
Oh, you're still gonna fight it.
Yes. You just have to talk so fast with you guys because either you get cut off or shut down or you can't finish your story or your statement or a word. Exactly.
I'm like a falcon just waiting to jump in.
Not you,
I
everybody
know.
in here.
Well, I do it the worst. I know.
Steve, can you do a little bit of the traffic in her voice? Somebody's texting you for that.
Okay, on the northeast-south conduit, traffic is backed up. And at the Woodcrest station, which sounds like a giant wooden lobster.
Seen their stand-up routine? I don't know, but you should. Please welcome. You know them from the Broken Lizard crew. We have Kevin Heffernan and Steve Lemmy who are here.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, good to see you.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Yeah.
Fresh off the red-eye flight in from the West
off the
Coast.
red eye. Yeah, we had to get here on time.
Yeah, and we listened to your show all the way in.
Oh, I hope it was enjoyable. You
Dick
didn't
tips.
Dick tips, great runner, great runner. Cow towing, best joke of the last 30 minutes.
you
Cow
like that?
towing, yeah.
And
Camel towing, man.
Kevin had a stranger sleeping on him.
Yeah.
On the way
A
in.
lovely elderly Asian woman fell asleep on my shoulder.
Now we were talking about your ability to prior to coming on. That you rock the plane sleeping, no problem, but you cannot use a neck pillow.
No,
your body naturally forms a pillow that keeps your head up.
Yeah, I don't have a neck, so my head is just propped on my shoulders.
Yeah.
So my head doesn't tilt. You know, I can just sleep anywhere sitting straight up.
So did you let her sleep on you?
Yeah, why not?
He didn't know. He
Can
didn't
we
know
all
she
get
was
along?
there.
Can't we all just get along?
No, I woke up once. I was on a flight from Hawaii back to Philadelphia, and I woke up to there was a little bit of turbulence. Well, there was a lot of turbulence, and this huge man that was sitting next to me was like grasped onto my arm and like wrapping around me, and he was like, "I think we're gonna be okay." Okay.
That was his opportunity. Come on.
So.
If I was sleeping on her, it would have been different. She would have been.
She'd have been suffocated.
Yeah. She would have got rid of me in a second. I'd have pancaked her.
There's a nice space between these. I'll rest my head there. Yeah. You know, it's an adorable picture.
Yeah.
It looks like you're smuggling her out of a country. And, but I envy you being able to do that.
Yeah.
Man.
And Steve, you have your arms folded too. I don't know how you can fall asleep in that position.
We were talking about that because I mentioned to you guys before coming on the device I purchased for Preston, which is this inflatable thing, sits on the trade table. Now, Steve, you are as good as Preston at sleeping on a plane, or no?
No. There's only one spot. I can only sleep on the right side of the plane on my right ear. I have to lean against the wall. Otherwise, I can't. My neck is I have too much thin neck to, like, even a neck.
Is that a syndrome? Is it
I have thin neck syndrome.
Yeah, more giraffe than
TNS, they call it.
TNS.
Yeah, I suffer
but
from
you
TNS.
have a specific. You know the specific seat you need. What is the specific seat you need?
The F.
The FC.
The F seat.
We are very, very late with this, but let's do it now.
93.3 WMMR, Philadelphia.
You're a real crumb bum.
It's time for a Crumb Bum Cash keyword.
All right, the word is wonder. And keep in mind, you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. So you got about 7 minutes left.
Hey, we got the winner on the phone right now.
That's it. No. All right, so the word is wonder, WONDER. 3 ways for you to enter it through WMMR.com or via the MMR app or via the text number. It's a special contest short code number we have set up, which is 45911. And one random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest. Each winner gets called from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules at WMMR.com, and it is sponsored by Horizon Services. Again, the word is wonder, so enter that now. We have a final look at traffic. Let's go ahead and get that now. Kathy, what's going on?
Bridge inspection has some traffic jammed on 95 northbound from the airport to Broad Street, where they're in the right lane. Schuylkill westbound at Gladwin, police activity just cleared from there. And then don't forget the New Jersey Turnpike at the Walt Whitman service area in the northbound direction. No food or fuel. That's a long-term construction project until further notice. And then also on the northbound side at the John Fenwick service area, no food or fuel. That's construction as well. This traffic report brought to you by Whole Foods.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it's brought to you by Liberty Safes of New Jersey on Route 130 in Bordentown and Route 73 in Mount Laurel. Online at libertysafesnj.com. All right, I don't have my Bizarre File stories.
Any B stories?
What's that?
Any B stories?
No, I think I'm all out of B stories.
Fresh out of B.
I do have this story. A 35-year-old teacher in Indiana was arrested this week after she was allegedly caught bringing meth to an event at the school, hiding the drug in her hair scrunchie, and it was during Family Fun Night.
Oh, sounds super fun.
Sarah Jane Duncan.
That's kind of fun.
Was taken into custody on Wednesday and charged with 1 count of possession of methamphetamine and 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia. The incident took place at the Helfrich Park STEM Academy, where the school is hosting Family Fun Night for students. The event was attended by Duncan, who's an 8th grade teacher, and her daughter, who was a student of the school.
Does the M in STEM stand for meth?
As the event was coming to a close, Duncan allegedly took a picture with 2 students in a photo booth, put a place on the event. Duncan left her hair down for the photo. After that photo, the juveniles cleaned up the area and located a bluish-colored velvet-type scrunchie with a white zipper on the table. They noticed the scrunchie was heavier than a typical scrunchie. They opened it and discovered a glass vial that contained a white powder substance and the 2 believed to be drugs, along with a cut straw and white powder. So they took it to the vice principal. 2 janitors who were working that evening told principals they had seen Duncan frantically searching for some kind of hair tie near the gym doors after the event had ended. 2 days later, she was brought in for a drug test, In her first 2 attempts, police said that neither urine sample produced enough nor reached the temperature for testing.
What is the perfect temperature to serve piss at?
Body temperature.
Okay.
While conducting the third test and observed an unauthorized collection container fall from Duncan's shorts, the test was terminated. So she was bringing in urine from someone else. Surveillance footage from the family fun night event showed Duncan wearing a scrunchie that appeared to match the one found containing the meth, by the way. A Florida woman is accused of attacking 2 people after seeing them do stretches by a swimming pool. Deputies noted that the defendant, Amanda Ferragamo, had some sort of link to the male victim, though they
What kind of lunatic does stretches by a swimming pool?
They redacted this from the arrest affidavit, except to say that this incident made it a domestic nature. The man told deputies, she effing attacked us. She's pissed. Deputies wrote the female victim stated that she and the male victim, later identified as, and it's redacted, where the...
Are you stretching over here?
Were by the pool doing some stretches. The female victim then stated that the defendant accused them both of doing inappropriate activities.
Don't you give me downward dog.
And began to shove her and smacked her across her face. Deputies noted a red mark on the female victim's face, which they say showed she had been struck. She then stated that the defendant shoved the male victim and hit him as well. Investigators say they took Ferragamo to the jail without incident. She faces a count of battery and domestic violence. All right, I'd never heard of this before, but apparently belly button stickers are all the rage in China these days.
They are pot stickers?
Belly button stickers.
Okay.
As a growing number of women are reportedly using them as a way to make their legs seem longer.
What?
Young women are paying for sheets of temporary tattoos designed to look like belly buttons, usually placed a few centimeters above the real navel, which is then concealed with skirts or pants in order to make the torso seem shorter and the legs longer.
It's an optical illusion.
Okay. Belly button sticker manufacturers are struggling to keep up with the demand, and social media platforms are being flooded with video tutorials on how to use the temporary tattoos and clips showing their effects on the wearer. The fact that these fake navels are considered more visually pleasing than natural ones is another explanation for their popularity. Some people consider belly buttons that are round, fat, or protruding outwards are not pretty enough, so they prefer to conceal them and keep the stickers on display.
Why don't you wear a fake head hat?
Some Chinese news outlets credited the unexpected popularity of Chinese traditional medicine, which states that the lower abdomen must be kept warm to preserve the overall health of the body. And by keeping the fake navel exposed, users can wear high-waisted pants that cover up much of the stomach while still rocking garments like crop tops.
So there's a medicinal benefit to the belly button sticker.
Possibly, yes. This is a terrible story. A man riding across country to raise money for other bicyclists that have been injured in car crashes died after he was struck by a pickup truck along the highway. That's ironic.
It's ironic, don't you think?
62.
It's like a fly in your Chardonnay.
62-year-old Robert Hurd was riding his bicycle along the shoulder of Highway 62 when he was struck. The report stated a pickup truck was also heading east in the outside lane. Hurd reportedly veered into the same lane and was struck by the vehicle. He died from his injuries at the scene of the crash. So I guess
it's horrible.
He was at fault, I guess. According to the GoFundMe for his charity, Hurd was hit by a car in 2015 while cycling. He spent 2 weeks in the ICU recovering from the crash. And the nonprofit is called Please Be Kind to Cyclists. It's based in Austin, and its goal is to raise awareness and educate both drivers and bicyclists on safe road use. That's terrible.
Yeah, I say you should ride along with the flow of traffic. I'm like, I don't know. I'd like to see what's happening with the traffic.
Yeah.
The cars passing by me at a close proximity is a little unnerving.
One last story. A 75-year-old man was injured after a Wichita Wildlife Refuge officials say a longhorn gored him.
Oof.
Yeah, that's brutal. They say the man was out listening to elk bugling, which is mating calls for elk bulls. Bugling.
They were singing the Video Killed the Radio Star.
As he may have gotten a little too close to a longhorn.
They're bugling out there.
While he was injured, he was treated, and his injuries were not life-threatening. Officials would like to issue a reminder that when visitors to the refuge are out in nature, they should provide a healthy distance to wildlife for their own safety.
The horns on those things, insane.
That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, let us take a break, shall we?
It's been a runaway train today.
We'll come back in just a moment. We'll do the lesson question, the trash musings. Actually, Kathy, I need a caller for secret text word.
Ooh.
Who's it going to be?
10.
All right, call number 10 at 215-263-WMMR. If you know the secret text word, we got the tickets for the famous Monsters Fest coming up. So give us a call now. We'll be back in a moment.
Blueberries, right?
The Harry and David dark chocolate covered blueberries. And here's the difference. Here's where it all comes down to. They're actual blueberries covered in dark chocolate, as opposed to blueberry mush. Some other places do. This was once a blueberry before we treated it with radiation and whatever. But the Harry and David dark chocolate covered blueberries are blueberries.
Yeah. So when you had your surgery a couple of years ago, Steve,
you very kindly brought by like a whole supply of them.
Yeah, I bought 3 boxes of blueberries. I only gave you 2 of them.
Mate, I'm only learning about that now. Now I regret having the surgery.
Is this a Harry and David?
He had dishonored you.
You make me rose face. In front of Harry and David, I will kill you. You have dishonored my tower of chocolate covered popcorn.
Nick, that was just so guttural, so raw. You're
Holy crap.
If that doesn't tell you how cold it is.
I mean, it's like an alien. I
don't
swear to God, it's like
does.
a thing from another planet.
Two sets of eyes.
Is that 2 or 3?
So to describe, just a moment. We had a number one. It just looked like a black mass that walked in through the door here, and then as this thing got closer, we realized that it's actually Pierre Robert.
I thought it was Sasquatch.
He's wearing a huge, thick, down black jacket. He has, of course, his hair flying out all over the place, and he has a huge hat on that's fuzzy, all kinds of fur all over it, which is fake, I'm sure. And then he has a pair of sunglasses, and then on top of that are a pair of spectacles, and his mouth is opening and closing.
Well, I'm trying to get a word in.
I'm just describing for the audience what we're seeing here.
He's trying to breathe.
So it's cold out.
Baby.
Yeah. I got to play that from Dean Martin later today. But I found this hat somewhere in my travels, and I go, this hat will make me look like a Ruski, and then I can hack into the U.S. political system. And
this actually makes you look. Who's the guy who's saying, I just want to stop and tell you how I feel
Smirnoff?
about you? Do you remember that guy, the Canadian guy who was super hairy?
Kenny Rogers.
I never saw him. I know the song.
Yeah, it's just an amazing. You do look like Sasquatch with bad eyesight.
I could be totally speaking out my ass here, but Steve, do they do prescription sunglasses these days?
They absolutely do. Claire has, my wife has them, and they're absolutely manageable and doable.
What are you laughing at? These people are laughing
at your multiple sets of glasses.
People that give me funny looks while I'm driving because I'll have my sunglasses on and then my reading glasses below my sunglasses.
All right, this is the guy, Gino Vanelli.
Gino Vanelli is who he was talking about.
That's who you look like.
That song. And yes, it does look like him.
Well, there you have it.
For your love.
Yeah.
He's a handsome devil, just like me.
Wait, so are your eyes dilated right now?
No.
Oh.
I could take them off.
Yeah, you can take them off. There you go.
Yeah, there.
You look like a Sasquatch safecracker.
This is Gino Vanelli, by the way, who Pierre looks like this morning.
It's this big, black, fuzzy, fake fur hat with flaps. As I was leaving the premises, I'm thinking this will be good today. But you know, it's not the cold. There are bursts of wind. What?
I keep seeing Jaromir Jagr.
Yeah, from the side when he turned sideways.
Yeah.
Yes,
because it kind of looks like he have a mullet, and he actually brought it back.
Who's
He's
your
a hockey player.
He's a hockey player, yeah. I shouldn't have used the sports reference.
I thought it was another movie thing that I'd missed.
No, it was a hockey
The Break
thing that you
Bad
missed.
Guys.
So Darth Vader's cousin.
Okay. Yeah, so It is. Yeah. Here we go.
Yeah, exactly.
Here we go.
Well, honestly, it's the picture's worth 1,000 words.
Oh.
We're putting it up.
It's the wind bursts that get you.
Yes, the wind chill.
So the cold is not so bad, but that wind is tough. So buckle up if you're going out.
Buckle up heartily.
Yeah.
Wear your warmest buckles.
Buckle up for safety. Buckle up.
And for warmth.
Yeah.
Sitting to my left, ladies and gentlemen, Adrian Zemed.
Adrian Zemed, I thought he was dead. Oh my God!
We're not kidding. We've been talking about you forever, right, Preston?
We have. We absolutely have. We are fans. Has anybody ever said to you, "I thought you were dead" before, though? That's a slight insult.
Well, actually, there was an episode of The Simpsons where I was in one of their musical numbers, and I popped out of a coffin saying, "And I'm not dead."
Here you are in this play, and again, Middletown, and it's two couples, and they're sort of there's some comedy, there's some sadness, but it's the way they've grown over the years. And what drew you to this?
Exactly that. I'm used to, I've been through the Eastern Seaboard so many times with musicals.
Yeah.
And I'm used to just being drenched in sweat by the end of the show and doing it. And then I read this play, and it was such a simple play. It's just about two couples who have dinner every Friday night for 33 years.
Right.
They're best friends, and they're normal people, and life happens to them. And it truly is a roller coaster of emotions. I mean, we suck you in by all our little charming quirks that the couples have and everything, and then life happens. There are tragedies in life that you have to deal with, relationship problems with your spouse and everything. But what is the great fascinating thing about this play is that the words speak for themselves. I'm actually first generation Romanian, so my family came, to America for their kids to, be doctors and lawyers, and I come up to my dad and say I'm going to be an actor. And it's the funny thing about him is I won him over. I literally out of acting school, I got one of the last national tours of the original Grease, and we were playing in my hometown of Chicago.
You were playing Zuko?
Yeah, I was playing Danny, and we were going into a very big theater into Chicago, and there was and nobody really knew very much about Grease at that time.
Right.
The movie had not come out yet. It was just a hit on Broadway, and there were a few national tours. So the company manager said, "Look, we're having a lot of trouble with this opening night. We're going to paper the house. Tell your dad that you can invite the entire congregation." So,
oh man, that's a
I didn't mention that my father is a priest, an Orthodox priest.
Right,
they can get married.
And Greece is
Eastern Orthodox priests can get married.
Yeah. Greece is very profane.
Oh God,
yeah,
yeah, the stage show.
Are you kidding?
Yeah.
I'm giving the finger on the show, and it's just like the original Grease was not meant for kids; it was meant for adults looking back on their lives in high school.
So he brings down the congregation.
So there were 500 Romanian people screaming and yelling, and they had their gypsy violins, and they were going singing the act. Every time I came out, there was a big cheer. It was then that my father was won over, and he kind of, although he didn't understand when I ended up getting television and film, when I was doing T.J. Hooker, he didn't really understand what that was all about. So he says, You work for 1 hour. What you do rest of week?
That's great.
You are a bum. I got into this business because I wanted to be an actor.
Right.
That's it. I never even wanted to do television and film. I just wanted to work in theater.
Right.
That's all I ever wanted to do. And then one thing happens, and then you're just whisked away, and suddenly you're in Hollywood, and you're doing all this stuff.
You're good friends with William Shatner, right?
Yeah, I'm actually. We're currently working on a few projects with his production company. Actually, we're letting it out right now. We're actually thinking of bringing Hooker back.
Oh,
in a comical way.
That'd be awesome.
Perfect. Bill is 88. Yeah. But the funny thing about it is that when we did Hooker, Bill pretty much did push the envelope on asking for ridiculous things for Hooker to do.
Okay.
I mean, we had technical advisors from LAPD there, and he said, "Look, no, I got this idea. How about I just run over to the helicopter helicopter, and as it's going up, I just grab onto the rung of the helicopter, and when we're up in the air, I take my gun out and I go, bring it down. And the TA standing there going, nobody would ever do that.
The top text here says, poor man's Travolta, my ass. Yeah. He made Bachelor Party, which is an absolute, it's one of my favorite films, and you have one of the best lines in the movie, I think personally.
Look at the cans on that pinball.
Well, you're telling him, man, I really would love to have a relationship.
I would love to have this relationship that you have, and someday I'll have kids and be happy, and hey, look at the cans on that pinball. You know, that movie, Tom and I lived very close to each other, so we lived in Studio City, and the soundstage that we were shooting this at was in Culver City, so it was a pretty good distance to go on the 405 freeway.
And you've been on Bosom Buddies, right?
Yes, yes. I played Johnny Midnight, his boyhood friend from camp.
So you knew him?
Yeah. And we'd carpool to work because we could go in the carpool lane and everything. And as every day after we get in the car and we go, our careers are over. Our careers are really over. What are we doing?
Yeah.
This is going to be terrible.
Yeah. No.
All we did was show up for 13 hours a day and goof off.
Yeah.
Almost nothing of what the script originally was in there. We just ad-libbed. We just goofed off.
Revivalist on 93.3 WMMR. Great song that we had the pleasure of seeing performed right here in our studio one time. Pretty damn cool. It is 10:27. A couple things to do. One of them is to get a winner for our secret text word. We're looking for the 10th caller. And it just so happens that Laura is our 10th caller. So let me go to her. Hey, Laura, good morning.
Good morning,
good morning to see you, Laura. What is our secret text word, please?
The secret text word is hatchet.
That is correct. Yeah, Laura, you're going to get to go to this really cool event. 4-pack of tickets for the famous Monsters Fest, October 13th through the 15th, Valley Forge Casino Resort. Special guests include Ozzy, Sharon, Jack, and Kelly Osbourne, all there. So congratulations to you. Hang on the line. We'll get your information. We'll set you up. Also, Bonnie Aarons from The Nun. Cool. And Kane Hodder from Friday the 13th will be there. All winners qualify for a grand prize, by the way, the chance to meet the Osbourne family. And everybody can meet Jackie Bam Bam because he'll be there on Sunday the 15th. For discounted tickets, visit famousmonstersfest.com. Before we go to the lesson question, I would like to recap something from earlier this morning. We talked about Timothy Chalamet and was it Kendall Jenner?
Yes.
She was holding his
Kylie.
Kylie Jenner, I'm sorry. Holding his finger. We have all the finger clips you'd ever want.
Yes. Nice.
Oh, good.
Marissa
Recap
has put them to work. So Steve played the Not a Finger clip from A Christmas Story, and I said, well, I think that's the only finger clip we have. Well, Marissa went and found some other ones. So here's one.
Follow the fingers.
That's Follow the Fingers. That's from Hercules. Here's one.
Do you have any idea why they call him Frankie Four Fingers?
That's from Snatch.
Yeah.
Here's another one.
I've seen finger gestures from such a pristine girl.
And that is from Breakfast Club. Then we have another finger clip.
It's the chocolate-covered finger of a man named Clark.
That's from Hocus Pocus, the chocolate-covered finger. And then, we have two more. No. Oh, we have several more.
Several. Go let her rip.
Three more. All right, here's another one.
Finger to the throat means death.
That's Drax saying a finger to the throat means
There we
death.
go.
Finger to the throat means death.
Guardians of the Galaxy. Then you have this one. Hang on.
This is my wife's favorite finger. Please get it back now.
What's that? Dinner for Schmucks. His finger gets cut off and the bird flies off with it.
This is my wife's favorite finger. Please get it back now.
And then one last one, and here's our final finger clip.
Phenomenal finger food.
That's Wedding Crashers, right?
Crashers, yeah.
Wow. The things she works on.
I'm saying, it's amazing that that's a job, that somebody actually does that, and she does it.
Just done another one.
By the way, while we're waiting for that other one, we had a random texter, and it is Ian Marcheski from Phoenixville, who's also going to get to go to the famous Monsters Fest October 13th.
Nice.
Through the 15th at Valley Forge Casino Resort. All right, one more finger clip.
Yeah, why not?
All right, here we go.
How exactly are you going to snap your fingers after I rip off both of your thumbs?
Arnold.
Last action hero. All right, so now we have our finger clips. All right, let's see. The lesson question. That's what we're doing. And the question we pose to you is, which member of the Hitler family did Steve know? 215-263-WMMR. Do you know the answer to this? Which member of the Hitler family did Steve know? 215-263-WMMR. Call right now, and while you are calling, we'll do the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll get the stories. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Well, Richard Simmons reiterating that despite a push from fans of Pauly Shore, he really has no interest in the comedian playing him in a biopic. Simmons says he's currently working on his own biopic for which he hopes to get David Beckham. Hey! Gisele Bündchen telling CBS News Sunday morning that she was just surviving and not really living during her marriage to Tom Brady. Bündchen says she doesn't want to be overly dramatic, but in many ways, she was exactly like Anne Frank.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Britney Spears seen on Instagram. Kathy brought this to my attention yesterday. She had a bandage on her arm and a leg after posting an earlier video of her dancing with a pair of large knives. Spears admits that it's probably best to put the knives away and break out the chainsaw. That's your Hollywood Trash.
And in that video, Steve, she's dancing with knives, and I didn't even notice it till later on. Her 3 little dogs walk into the screen.
Was one of them limping?
No, they're just staring at her.
Oh.
Like what?
Even
Like
they're
we are
concerned.
What
Yeah.
are you doing?
Yep. All right, we'll go to the phone and see if we know, if somebody knows which member of the Hitler family Steve actually knows. 215-263-WMMR. I have Dan on the line. Hey, Dan. Wow, very powerful yoo-hoo, Dan. All right, give us, which member of the Hitler family does Steve know?
Tony Hitler.
Tony Hitler.
He's estranged from his parents.
Hang on, Dan. You just got yourself a 4-pack of Hershey Park tickets. Hershey Park Halloween is now open Friday through Sunday. You can buy your tickets now at HersheyPark.com and visit this weekend as well. Yeah.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Pow, 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 pow! Kaboomba!
All right, Rolling Stones and Major League Baseball have teamed to release a limited edition vinyl of Hackney Diamonds. The limited version of the album will come in white vinyl and sell for $38. Hackney Diamonds will be their first studio recording of new material since 2005's A Bigger Bang. The Stones and MLB have had a long history together. In 1989, the Steel Wheels Tour came through North America, and half of the dates were played at baseball parks. The collector's item vinyl will be available on October 20th. And then, Steve, you sent over a clip of the Stones and a song with Lady Gaga.
Yeah, so a lot of people are joining in on this album, and there's a little, they tease this little portion of the song that features Gaga singing.
With this Major League Baseball connection, do you think there's a stadium tour behind that?
It would only make sense, right? If they brought it all together like that. So maybe they will.
I was thinking yesterday that Pierre should introduce the band.
Yes.
If they come out on stage, he's earned it. You know, nobody better in Philadelphia to do it. Ladies and it'd just be this, ladies and gentlemen, the Rolling Stones.
Yeah, that's it.
You know,
Pow pow kaboomba.
Right. All right, he could do the whole rant.
Pow, 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 pow!
Kaboomba!
Ladies and gentlemen, the Rolling Stones.
Send him that. Send him that
Yeah.
and
Right.
see if they, how can you not?
Who's their manager nowadays?
Once you
The
hear
lights
that.
go dim.
Pow, 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 pow! Kaboomba!
I can't say no.
We'll see. Announcement coming soon. Metallica shared video of 2 songs. One is of their 1983 classic Whiplash, and the other is a performance of the title track to their album 72 Seasons, and it was recorded at the State Farm Stadium in Phoenix earlier this month. So both songs can be found on their social media pages if you are looking for some live Metallica. It's right there.
Is that song about the monkey that rides the dog and the cowboy, Whiplash?
Whiplash.
Yeah.
This Gold's dream.
Gold's dream was
one
to
day
own a monkey.
Own a monkey.
And have my life immortalized in the music of Metallica.
Mm-hmm. All right, and then I mentioned the Osbournes earlier with the Monster event coming up at the Valley Forge Casino Resort. Ozzy told Blabbermouth that he is planning to record a new album soon. He said, I am just starting to work on it now and will be recording in the early part of next year, and I want to take my time with this one.
It seems like the last one just came out, right?
A little while back.
Am I delusional?
But it's hard to say because the way things are released now, I've lost track of full albums and single tracks and all that stuff, so I don't really know. He also gave a health update and said, I've had all the surgery now, thank God. I'm feeling okay. I can't walk properly yet, but I'm not in any pain anymore, and the surgery on my spine was great. He went on to say that after finishing the album, he wants to go back on the road, really.
That's crazy.
Despite his health setbacks.
Not musically. He wants to tour Cirque du Soleil.
Steven says he's released 2 albums in the last 4 years. So he wants to be a part of Cirque du Soleil.
He does, yeah.
Okay.
It's not very good at
Kaboomba.
Yeah.
Kaboomba.
Yeah.
Kaboomba.
All right, and there you go. That's it. That's it in music news.
Sorry about that.
All right, let us take a break.
All right.
Let us come back and wrap up our program and get the letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize. We will bring you up to speed on what that is when we get back, so hang out.
Funniest scenes in the movie never made it into the movie because we had gotten an X rating.
There's a horse scene where there's a horse
A donkey show.
Let me tell you about this.
Yeah.
The donkey actually died.
What?
They brought him back to life.
No.
They literally shot him with some shot of something for him to go, and then he keeled over. And his heart stopped.
Oh, my God.
And we've got all these people, there's like 100 extras. Many of, the girls are half naked and everything. We're all standing there going, oh, my God, they killed the donkey.
Oh. Dear Lord.
You resurrected a donkey, Adrian Cement?
And they did the whole adrenaline thing, you know what I mean? They put the
Oh, my
thing in his
God.
heart and he came back.
The donkey snorts 3 lines of coke.
Yeah.
You definitely could.
It's a real good kids movie. I'm really proud.
You were thinking your career's over, but no.
And then, honestly, when we saw the first cut, it was like, Tom and I looked at each other. This is funny.
Yeah.
What the hell happened?
Is there any chance you could go back and re-release a director's cut by any chance, or is it too late?
Back then, they didn't save that kind of footage.
Oh. Yeah, now they do all the time.
And they do it all the time because of everything they do. But honestly, there was one scene that was absolutely hysterical. So we're the bachelor, the party's not going very well. The hookers haven't showed up. We're sitting in the hotel room looking at a Shirley Temple movie.
Right.
And it's just not going well.
The hookers go to the wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
So then I say, Rick, let's go downstairs and get something to eat. I'm hungry. So we get into the. I'm not gonna say this on radio. This was cut. I said, sit in this booth. This is the best booth in the place. So he sits in there, and all of a sudden you hear a zipper sound. His eyes light up. Right. There's a girl underneath who is
taking care of him,
going to give him a happy ending of some sort. Mm-hmm. So I, saying my gift to you.
Yeah.
And we see the minister who's going to marry him walk into the restaurant and go, oh, Father, over here, come on, over here. Yeah. So he comes to the edge and he starts having a conversation with us, and Tom's going, oh, Jesus. Oh, Mother of God. Oh, Mother Mary and Joseph. Oh, he's writhing and everything. And I say, he always says grace before he eats. So
That's great.
He can't take it anymore. He gets up and runs out, and I said, Father, sit here. It's the best seat in the house. Close up on his face, you hear the zipper sound, and his eyes go like.
That's great.
Didn't make it in the movie. We had offended everybody else. They didn't want to offend the Catholics.
It's so
Now,
freaking funny.
You and Tom were friends. Could you tell then what a talent he was and what he was going to go on to
And
be?
honestly, one of the nicest guys in the business. Everything that's ever happened to him, he deserves every bit of it. He's a great, great guy.
That's great.
Very talented.
Wow.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you.
You know, a lot of people don't know this, but Tom was not originally cast in that role, and neither was Tawny Katane.
Tawny Katane was the it girl of the time, and she was the White Snake videos. It predates, I think, the White Snake video.
Who was?
Well, we shot 1 month with the other cast.
Who was it?
Oh, no way.
It was Paul Reiser.
Really?
And Kelly McGinnis.
Oh, my goodness.
Did they get fired?
Well, the producers just felt there wasn't a chemistry going on and everything. And Tom, they had just seen a screening of Splash.
Okay.
Oh.
And they said, we really need to get that guy
that's like
for this.
I couldn't even imagine. And Paul Reiser's talented, man. But
he's great.
He just doesn't have the kinetic.
He was very funny.
Was he?
He was very funny.
Yeah.
There just wasn't a chemistry that was going on.
That's happened before. Back to the Future. Eric Stoltz was. They filmed for quite a while with him in the lead role. And
the scene where he falls and hits his head. That's Eric Stoltz's head. When he falls out of the tree, bonks his head on the.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's Eric Stoltz.
Wow. Okay.
Did not know that.
It's if you've never seen Bachelor Party, and it's worth going back for a visit. A number of people also texting in asking if we're going to bowl tonight, Adrian.
You know, it's funny. I've had the great fortune and lucky to have two cult classic movies that are really. They're targeting completely different people.
Yeah.
And it's just really kind of cool after all these years. You know, in theater, which is really my first love, and that's why I still do theater. If I'm going to be doing television and film, I'd rather be behind the camera these days. But if I'm going to act, I'd rather be on a stage because that is the actor's medium. It's electric. It's like a drug. Yeah. Grease too. It was an opportunity to put it was my Danny Zuko that I put on film.
Right, because you weren't. They had to created another character, which is basically Danny Zuko.
Yeah,
and it was a weird thing because you had Grease comes out. You have Travolta's on a meteoric rise. You have Olivia Newton-John. You have all these big stars in it, and then they go with Grease 2, and they cast. Not unknowns, but
they actually did something really kind of. They took a big chance.
Yes.
In what they did. They did not. It was very unique what they did. They also created they created a musical that was never a proven hit on Broadway.
Right.
So none of these songs had ever been heard. It didn't have a track record or anything. And a lot of people, you know, Grease 1 obviously was a massive, huge success. But Grease 2 didn't actually do badly. In its theatrical release, it made about $80 to $100 million.
I watched
at that time, and people think that it wasn't as big a hit, but today it outrents and outsells Grease 1.
Really?
It's more kid friendly, and it's actually more of the essence of what Grease, the original Broadway show, was about. It was about all the T-Birds. It was about all the Pink Ladies, whereas the movie of Grease became a vehicle for John and Olivia. In the play, Kanicki sings "Grease Lightning," not Danny.
That's true.
It's his car.
Yeah.
Everybody has had a song in the Broadway show to tell you their story, and that's what. So it's more of an ensemble piece. And Grease 2 was directed by Pat Birch, who was the choreographer of the Broadway show. So she wanted me to do that role badly because they wanted to put a rock star in that role because there weren't any known faces. Michelle had just done, I think, Hollywood Nights.
This is Michelle Pfeiffer
with Tony Danza.
Right.
At that point, it wasn't a big hit or anything like that.
Remember,
and Maxwell Caulfield was not. He was an English actor, but hadn't done much. And they really wanted a rock star in that role, but Pat wanted me to do it. So she strategically brought me in. After they would see like one of Casey and the Sunshine Boys or one of the Gibb brothers or whatever, and then I went in and said, "All right, it's still his. All right, it's still his." Until after 12 callbacks, they finally said, "All right,
Wow.
it's his role."
Well, honestly, I watch it every time it's on. It has a good energy to it. You're, again, sort of a self-deprecating, funny guy. The whole bowling sequence is pretty, you can't help but get swept up in it, and it has its own energy. And to this point, you had a lot of talented people involved with it.
Yeah, a lot of people came out of that thing. Even the Seagal twins went on. The girls who were the cheerleaders went on to have their own series.
You have a lot of fans in Philadelphia, and to prove that, I'm gonna show something to you. I don't know if anybody has made you aware of this or not, but I think Steve made an offhand comment one day about somebody getting an Adrian Zemed tattoo. So we do this feature every Tuesday called Tattoozy. People come in and actually get a tattoo from our show. It's called the Preston and Steve. They'll get a tattoo with us in it, and we've been doing it for years and years and years. We had a guy who called in and volunteered to get an Adrian Zemed tattoo.
God, I'm looking at it right now.
This is a guy. That's your face on his right pec. It's huge. This was within the last year.
Within the last year, yeah.
Yeah, that we
and
had
the guy
this done.
eagerly came in.
Please tell me that's not permanent.
That's permanent. That's a real tattoo on this man's
So when
chest.
he's 90 years old and I look 90 on his chest.
Yes.
What was I thinking?
So we took a picture of you from Grease 2, and that is now permanently on this guy's chest, Adrian.
This reminds me of something that Sally Struthers said about tattoos back when we were doing Grease. She said, "Oh yeah, back in the '60s, I was a flower child. I got a tattoo of a butterfly on my butt. Now it's going into its cocoon."
We're so delighted that you had a chance to come by here. We are big fans.
Nice to come in.
We knew you'd be great.
Yeah,
be with you guys.
be cool. That's great, man. Excellent.
It's my pleasure.
And you know what? We should do a promotion where we go bowling with Adrian sometime.
Yeah.
How cool would that be? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, some love for Adrian Zemed. Thank you. Thank you so much. I did see something else. This one was...
You noticed another thing.
I did notice another thing. I noticed things.
The noticer.
I'm the noticer.
Dun, dun, dun.
The Noticer. Preston Elliott stars as a man who notices things. Your gift is exceptional, sir. We can find a place for you in the government.
The noticer.
I notice the Nazis are getting a little antsy. The Noticer.
Antsy?
I think they're going to make a play for Poland. We knew that well in advance, thanks to the Noticer, a national hero.
A man that saw or heard things that made a minor impact in his life.
I noticed something. Listen when the Noticer speaks to you. If you ignore him to your own folly.
I am the noticer.
I notice around and around and around.
All right. Well, I did notice this.
You really don't do anything particular about it. You just notice it.
Yeah. It makes a minor
You
impact.
never really
for a
leave your
moment.
office.
Mm-mm.
God, I used to love that Ripley's Believe It or Not.
Yeah.
Both versions. There was one with Jack Palance.
Yep.
And one with Dean Cain.
I remember
But Palance was always the best. Believe it.
Was so compelling. And then the fact that you had a text from a listener who was having addiction problems and asking him, on air essentially for advice and help. And then the fact that he gives out his number.
Yeah.
I mean, I was quite blown away by that. And, he's got treatment centers, I guess right down in Delaware. So, and your message, Steve, that there's always somebody that cares and always somebody that is there to talk to, whether it be addiction or anything, the ultimate message is don't give up.
Yeah,
And,
most definitely.
God, what a powerful, that was a great conversation.
Yeah, so we had some solid combos today. It was a lot of fun. I guess we'll do the letter of the day with you.
First, before we do that, I am available to the Rolling Stones. If they would like. I have mentioned only a couple of times, but what I would give just to be off stage in a booth somewhere, but in the arena, to say those 8 words, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Rolling Stones. I get goosebumps even thinking about it.
I got to stage announce Rush. Wow. Which was, for me, a big deal.
Right.
It was awesome. And the only thing that sucked about it is the mic cut out halfway through when I was doing it.
Oh, my gosh.
So my signal was breaking up when I said it. Yeah, it was kind of like that. I'm like, man.
Oh, I'm sorry that happened.
But it was still quite an amazing experience.
I got to introduce Crosby, Stills, and Nash live. I mean, actually introduce the band on 2 or 3 different occasions. Not the pre-introduction thing, but the real introduction. And it was almost overwhelming to me.
I honestly don't see why the forces couldn't align to make that happen. If we're talking about a stadium tour, we're not even sure that's the case. But
it's easier to meet the president than it is to meet the Rolling Stones. When Nick and I went to Canada to see them, there was a motorcade, the likes of which would make any king jealous, to take them from the hotel. And the newspapers were, they're here. I mean, it was just like, wow. But just to say those 8 words, I heard Pierce Brosnan once on an interview on Terry Gross's show, and she said, "Well, how'd you get ready for the part when you had James Bond?" And he goes, "Well, this is crazy, but I'd be driving along and I'd look in the mirror in the rearview mirror and go, Bond." James Bond.
Yeah.
And I've said, how would I do it if I could, ladies and gentlemen, please, I don't.
Yeah.
What if you're bringing on the Stones? You're up there, ladies and gentlemen, Bond, James Bond. Ah!
No, Bond.
Or that lady that introduces that graduation thing. Yeah. Oh my God.
Julie Jerkoff.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh my God. I feel so bad for her. But anyway, we'll see. All right. On to the letter.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter.
Oh. As in Oling Stones.
Oling Stones.
We have a 4-pack of great seats for Jerry Seinfeld, and that's Friday, October 6th at 9:30 p.m. at the Met Philadelphia. Tickets for both shows that night are on sale now via Ticketmaster, and the 7 p.m. show is nearly sold out, so go to the contest page at WMMR.com for another chance to win tickets to Jerry Seinfeld. We'll give those away in 2 days because it will be Friday then. What's happening today that you want to hit, man?
Well, we got Crumb Bum Cash at noon, at 3, and at 5 o'clock. More chances for $1,000 coming your way. We've got Workforce Block of the Peppers there at Hershey Park tonight.
That's right.
And so we'll do a nice block to welcome them in. We got a block of the Dead and a block of Metallica on the Workforce Blocks. So a fine day is in store for us.
Excellent. Thank you. And
ladies and gentlemen, please. I'm sorry.
I will thank the sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Duncan, and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Tomorrow on the program, actor Peter Facinelli will be on the program. And from Boy Meets World, Will Friedle will be in studio because they have their podcast.
That's right.
Yeah. So, that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.